Hello, everyone. Welcome to the grand final of the Fristi Roggan Cup. Today, a very special cast because for the first time in our month-long history, it's going to be a triple cast. So please welcome uh, the people joining me here today, being Tim and the legendary Joe Nasty, with a rule named after him.
Hello, hello. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, same. The low elo legend cast.
That is how we like them. So, before we start analyzing what today is about, we are going to somewhat celebrate the work that Joe Nasty has put into things, and we're going to have a look at some statistics. So, first up is uh, a look at all the civilizations that have both been picked, drafted, and then look how they performed in the tournament. So, Joe Nasty, we have the graphs in front of us, but do you have some insight that you can share with us?
Some insights. Well, the win percentages are always a nice thing to look at. There are a few civs with 100% win rate, but I think we should discount Khmer from those. Twice picked, twice won. We all know what those games are, right?
That is indeed true.
But even then, Tatars, I had a look at the civ and map matchups. Every time Tatars won was an aftermath. So I think they're like a one-trick pony so far in this tournament.
I mean, if the one-trick pony keeps winning, I don't see an issue.
Indeed, they do. Anything else that's interesting here? A few civs have never been played. Let's hope they get picked today. I think Wouter in particular would like Teutons to see a game.
Teutons OP! Sorry, that's just correct.
I'm just surprised at how bad some of the civs perform. If you look at most people regard them as quite good. If you look at the Berbers, Franks, Saracens, they're picked quite often, but they don't win that much.
I mean, the win percentage for Franks is like around 40% for us. So that is not the greatest. But let's also keep in mind that we have a quite limited pool set, and certain maps like, for example, Water Nomad, that will not really be to the advantage of the Franks.
Yeah.
Um,
I think Huns and Italians are quite powerhouses as well. 4 picks and 3 wins.
Huns and Italians are indeed quite nice as well, and I mean, let's also not discount the Byzantines and the Brits. Like, that region looks quite nice as well. Like around 2 picks and 2 wins as well. Unless I am misreading my own graph.
No, you're not.
Oh, 3 picks and 2 wins. Obviously, I did not have a mathematics education. And then indeed it's, the Mayans and the Japanese picked twice, won twice, so that's also a quite good track record.
Yeah, but you should keep in mind the person picking the Japanese twice has a big amount of experience with them.
That does indeed give a bit of a biased view, indeed. But yeah, it's a very interesting analysis here. But as you mentioned with the Tatars, it's really map dependent. And that gives me a nice segue to go to the map stats. See how I did that there? Pretty proud of myself. In any case, we have here an overview of which maps were picked a certain number of times, and then also how many times it was won by the person drafting the map. And there we see that, you know, it's really an advantage to pick Pilgrims and Aftermath, because every time it has been picked, it has been won by the picker. Granted, for Pilgrims, that is a grand total of 1 game. So that
I would
might
like
not
to
be the
see
most
more
representative.
pilgrims.
I would also like to
Yeah.
see more Pilgrims. Although I think Jolatis might have some slight traumas from that map.
No. It was an
Really?
unfortunate incident, but well, these things happen.
Really? I wonder why you don't have a trauma.
Well, continuing on, you can see that the water maps are the least favorite. Least favorite maps to play. Well, maps with water, counting
Indeed.
Yucatan.
Yucatan, Water Nomads, and Pilgrims are all stuck on 1 to 2 picks each. And then we get to the land maps. And it's surprising to me that both Marketplace and Land Madness, they've been played 3 and 4 times, but they've only been won once by their picker.
Yeah.
So I wonder, is that some kind of overconfidence, maybe?
Maybe.
Marketplace in particular, if you pick it, you have like a 25% chance of winning the map.
Yeah, it's not great.
Perhaps it's new, the 2 trade cards instead of a scout.
Mhm.
It might also be that it's always the map that's played one of the latest, and by then it's already 2-1,
That-
3-1.
That is also an option. And continuing back to go with the Tatar analysis, we see that Aftermath was picked 3 times, won all 3 times by the picker, and you mentioned that in all 3 cases, that is with the Tatars.
Yes, I won once, and Jolatis won twice with Tatars on Aftermath.
So I'm going to guess that either Anton will need to snipe Tatars or pick them himself. Because it might be that Tatars is a really strong option for Jolatis on Aftermath in that case. And then, yes, Hideout was also picked multiple times, but I think we can discount 2 picks and 2 wins from that.
Yeah. So in total, I think Hideout will be a mediocre map. It's a big inflated win percentage.
Yes, it's now at 6 and 4, so that will bring it down to 4 and 2. So that's a 50% win rate, which is average. But okay.
Almost ready for the live draft, I'm guessing.
I see that the players are at least ready. They are ranked up for the mob draft. So now we are just basically filling time until they decide they are ready to select which maps they will pick. And since this is a best of 7, yes, you're ready. Then go ahead. I will indeed switch screen to the matchup overview. I don't have the live view. That was a little bit beyond my technical capabilities, but as soon as the map draft is ready, I think we should see it appear on the screen here. But I can entertain you while this is going on. And unlike every other series up to now, this is a best of 7. So the players will pick 3 maps each instead of only 2. Okay, so they've started the drafting, and
in 10
Anton
seconds we know the
is
first one. Oh,
Socotra. And Jolatis is going for his counter pick.
Socotra had a very high win percentage. Yeah,
Aftermath.
Surprise, surprise.
Surprise, surprise indeed. And what map does Jolatis not want to play on at all? Water Nomad. This is not a big surprise.
Too bad. My favorite.
I enjoy watching them. I played it a couple times. I hated playing it, but I enjoy watching it.
Land Madness.
That means that Pilgrims is still in the pool.
Yeah.
Pilgrims is still in the pool.
And all
And-
Regicide maps will be played.
True.
Well, if it goes to
Well,
a
if it goes to
7
a
game.
7 Pilgrims is picked.
So Tim, 3 opportunities for a King Snipe.
Yes. Yes. I hope we finally see one.
Marketplace and Yucatan for Jolatis, and then Hideout for Antocalyptica. And we see indeed the update appearing on the screen. That is going to be quite the entertaining map selection.
I'm also wondering which special rules they will pick, or if they will pick any.
I have heard talks of the players themselves 2 weeks ago, and they may have made a verbal agreement with each other that they will not invoke any special rules, which I will say kind of disappointed. Okay, so we are now just waiting for Jolatis to go for the Civ draft.
Which one is the third Regicide game? So Socotra was one, Pilgrims was one?
And Yucatan.
Oh, okay.
Yucatan is indeed also.
And Hideout was random map?
Yes.
Aftermath
Oh, they
was...
made the agreement on no capture the relic. Okay, fair enough.
Okay.
Frobenius wondering why Antocalyptica banned Land Madness. Yeah, I really have no idea why. It's not as if he's been beaten by everybody in our group on Land Madness.
Maybe he finally became a water player.
I mean, he did pick Pilgrims, so that's an option.
I also wonder why Frobenius is such a common nickname on Twitch, that there need to be at least 314 of them.
Mysteries of the universe, we shall never know.
Oh, and the draft started for the
All right.
Italians for Jolatis.
That's a quite classic pick for Northern Isles, I would suspect. And Antocalyptica is countering with
Portuguese. Yes.
he loves his Berbers though. Chinese.
Ooh.
And Cumans. An immediate pick. Persians for Jolatis. Jonasti, your comment?
I approve.
Good. And
Aztec.
Aztecs.
I think it is the first player that likes to play Mesosivs.
I mean, I have seen Jolatis in action with Mesosivs, and it's you don't want to be on the receiving end. Let me put it like that.
Well, you never want to be on the receiving end with Mesosivs.
That is also very true. Byzantines for Anton. And we've seen in the course of these games here that Byzantines not typically thought of as an attacking civilization, but they are very strong defensively and they can really hold their own against any civ. And then also Saracens. Quite an
I like
common
this one.
pick. I like them as well. Their market gives them a large flexibility.
They didn't
And
perform too well
obviously
according to the
the
statistics.
TARS. Yes, according to the statistics, it's been a bit countered by everybody, but that distracts us from the fact that Jolatis drafted the TARS. I think I know what map he's selecting them for. Obviously, Pilgrims. Lithuanians.
This is the count for the eventual Teutons pick by Antocalyptica.
What do you mean? There is no counterpick to Teutons. Okay, I am now. I hope that Anton wins the series because he made the galaxy brain move of drafting Teutons and Malians, but who cares? He did pick the superior civilization.
He picked him, but it doesn't mean that he will play him.
Shut up.
Ooh,
Spanish
Spanish.
for Jolatis. That might be for pilgrims. With a nomad start, being able
Yeah,
to build
indeed.
faster is a big bonus.
It would be such a boss move if he wins with supremacy.
That would be a boss move. Mongols, also a quite strong pick if he manages to get his Mangudai going. If he goes for Mangudai.
Also, judging by the two playing styles of the players, I think we will see a lot of booming.
I mean, they are the boomers. That is true. I think pure boom. Oh, and Anton picking Japanese. I think Antocalyptica has a slight advantage in the booming department, but I think Jolatis has the advantage in the multitasking department.
Yeah, we've seen it in his game against the Knight of St. John on Marketplace.
Mm-hmm. Mayans for Antocalyptica, which is also a strong pick. I'm seeing quite a mix of like archer and cavalry civs for Antocalyptica. Jolatis, I'm also having that same feeling. Like it's not really focused on one specific playing style, while Jolatis picks up the Berbers and then is deciding on his final pick. Where are the Vikings?
There they are.
There they are.
Okay, so based on the draft, Jolatis having both Persians and Vikings, I'm liking his chances.
Yes, but Antocalyptica has Teutons, so that just counters anything.
Nah.
No, I think both players have some.
Oh, the
and
Khmer.
I think both players have some really strong civilizations. Jolatis
sniped.
immediately sniping the Chinese.
Yeah, I mean, the whole tournament, Antocalyptica has been saying that Chinese on Socotra is you cannot counter it. So
I don't know. Didn't we see Chinese on Socotra in the Svenov?
yeah, I think we did.
And I don't think they were that overpowered. Oh, meanwhile, Antocalyptica
The
sniping the
Italians.
Italians. That is the Northern Isles pick that is just gone now.
Yeah. All right.
Interesting picks. Very interesting.
So the first game starts in 5 minutes or something, or
Whenever they decide to start, I told them to send me the game ID when they do. I'm also noticing that with all these civilizations. My camera is hiding most of them for Antocalyptica in the overview, so I will move the camera a little bit so that that's a little bit more visible. There we go. All right.
Oh, you were doing the trick like going down the stairs.
I wasn't going down the stairs, Tim. I was taking the elevator.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Problem is the camera automatically pans to follow me, so it's a little bit hard to do it manually. Ah, yes. Apologies, I wasn't looking at chat. There was also Jolatis versus Elkron on Socotra.
Yeah, but was it also Chinese?
Yep, that was his Chinese apparently.
Oh, okay.
Antocalyptica saying that he's leaving the stream now, but he needs some prep. Okay.
Some water, some snacks.
A little toilet break before they start.
Could very well be. But I'm curious which the picks will be now for Northern Isles.
Yeah.
Maybe
Like I said,
Vikings for Jolatis?
it's an option, but Spanish is actually also an option.
Yeah, I would keep Spanish for pilgrims. But yeah.
I don't know if I look at them, like the only I'm not that familiar with the dock situation of all the civilizations, but out of his civilizations, the ones that scream dock to me are Vikings and Spanish. And we've all seen how much Jolatis enjoys going for naval supremacy on Northern Isles. And then Antocalyptica, like the Byzantines are quite a good choice, I think.
Byzantines, you say? I'm now
With
checking
their
the civs. I was thinking maybe humans would be nice because you can boom very easily on your island, and you've got 2 town centers in feudal. But I don't know what their docks can do.
it's a big investment in feudal to immediately use the 275 wood. So that really puts you behind in being able to produce ships. So
That's
if you want to
interesting.
go for naval, which we've seen is quite devastating if you get control of the water, it might not really be possible to go for a second town center, and then the
You can
advantage
also
of the cumulus is kind of negated.
place your second town center on the other island.
That would be a ballsy move. But yes,
Uh,
you can go for a TC drop.
I can see in
Yeah.
Discord that an ID has been posted, but they still need a little bit of time for the start.
Yeah, but indeed,
I'm already searching in the lobby browser.
same here. Well, I'm in the spectate games tab looking it up, but like they said, they need some extra time.
Oh, it's not visible for everyone, or
It only becomes visible in the spectate games once they've actually started playing.
oh, okay. Yeah, because you said post the game ID, but I don't actually know what the game ID does.
It makes it easier to find the game.
Okay.
Like I've had some issues looking for player names, but even with games that I know are going on. But if I have the game ID, I've never had any issues finding the game. But yeah, so Northern Isles, I'm expecting Byzantines from Antocalyptica and then Spanish or Vikings from Jolatis. Well, while they're doing their preparation and we're waiting for the game to start, maybe we can have a quick view. What do you expect? Which civ to be picked for which map? Let's go left to right on the screen. Let's start with Socotra.
Yes, now that Antocalyptica's Chinese are gone, well, what do you want on Socotra? It's closed, it's cutthroat. Well, it's an open but close-spaced cutthroat map. You want something that can put aggression.
I would lean towards either Japanese or, surprisingly, maybe Malians.
Yeah, I was also gonna say
Yes.
Malians.
Malians are great at raiding.
They're great at raiding, and I think the extra pierce armor makes it a little bit easier to use your infantry to go for the tower or to walk and absorb at least a little bit of the TC fire. But yeah, okay, so I think we all kind of gravitated towards Malians rather immediately. What is Jolatis going to pick there?
Socotra.
I mean, the aggression, that just screams to me Aztecs.
Persians. Oh. Also possible. I was just gonna say Persians or maybe Berbers.
Yeah, that's also possible. How awesome would it be if we saw a Persian douche? Don't think it would be a good choice, but it'd be funny.
Quite
Yeah,
risky. I don't think they will do it, but
probably not.
I'm also quite surprised that no one picked Koreans, actually.
I apologize, Sunesi. I fully admit I forgot the Persian douche pulled off by Joe Nasty. My apologies, Joe Nasty. I forgot about your accomplishments.
It's okay, it's okay. I know you care.
The marketplace scouting where everybody went, oh no, he lost the trade cards.
But I knew exactly what I needed to know.
Everything was going according to your plan.
Yes. The moment the town center was spotted, I didn't care about the trade card at all. I just wanted to pull off this one thing.
And you very well did.
Aha. There is a game in the lobby browser.
Oh, really? I can't find it yet.
"40 seconds until the game starts."
Oh. Yeah, I have it as well.
Yeah.
Indeed,
and
30 seconds.
Great predictions by you, Wouter.
Vikings, Byzantines.
I told you. Well, I actually didn't think it would be Vikings. My nephew says to hurry up. Well, I know. I'm waiting for them to start. It's not me, Elkron. It's not me.
Here we go. The final Northern Isles of the tournament.
It is a landmark. A milestone in Fristi Roggan history. And indeed, I will quickly switch so that Antocalyptica in the blue is on the left and Jolatis is on the right.
Antocalyptica, much slower than Jolatis with managing the fishing ships. Jolatis already adding a second dock in the back.
Is my game mirrored or was your left and right wrong?
Capture age overlay, I mean.
Okay.
So no, your game is not mirrored. And indeed, Jolatis is going for a second dock in the back. And
Antocalyptica preparing the water defense.
Surprisingly, I think we've seen... I think every game up to now, we've seen a quick landing. But maybe the previous landing that we saw, which was on their own island, scared the players off a little bit.
And Antocalyptica is house, but he can solve it just in time.
Indeed, and with 2 extra docks in the middle.
Yeah, one going for the front docks and one for the back docks. So you can see who will go in the offensive and who will defend. Or who will try to go in the offensive.
But there's also already a couple of galleys in the back for Jolatis. The reason for that being, Vikings do not get fire ships.
Indeed, the longboat should replace the fire ships, but you have to wait until Castle Age for those.
So that is indeed quite a nasty one. Which means that you are a little bit helpless against the fire ships until you manage to get your longboats out. So it's going to be key for Jolatis to quickly get up to castle in order to start defending against the Byzantine fire ships.
Antocalyptica's scouting ship just barely survives, being chased by Jolatis' galleys.
Indeed, with 12 HP left, that is not a lot.
Neither player is making any production building at the moment. I think they'll just fully focus on water for the time being.
That is indeed also the impression that I'm having. Both heavily going on food and gold. The advantage of Jolatis going for galleys is that he's managed to save up a lot more gold than Antocalyptica.
Yes.
So he will have the easier time. Well,
Antocalyptica
was ahead in food, but
Antocalyptica is sending 4 fire ships to the front, while Jolatis is sending his galleys also to the front. This will be a nice surprise.
Let's see who patrolled in. Jolatis patrolled in.
Antocalyptica responds.
He had to indeed respond. Now we see the galley micro. Ooh. And the demolition ship. That was a big hit. So now it's going to be easy to pick off the advanced force of the fire galleys. And very well defended. And both players going up like 10 seconds difference, if that, between their castle ages. And
both players still making ships, still upping the pressure.
Indeed, indeed. And I have to say, with the micro that Jolatis is displaying here with his galleys, I think he might stand a chance against the Byzantine fire ships. Especially if he adds some longboats into this mix.
Antocalyptica is going to try a landing, and he just dropped some villagers off, but they're immediately spotted.
That is very good map awareness. The only problem is there are no land units yet for Jolatis. Oh, 2 archers being produced, so he did have a range build.
Gone with the scout.
The scout is down. Planting down a stable, a second archery range for the Viking player.
By the way, I
will be able to handle this.
Antocalyptica going with 2 stables.
And walling himself in with a house.
And he hits Castle Age. Getting his armor
the-
upgrades for his knights.
The one advantage is for that Jolatis has is that the upgrades for ships, at least for their attack, and archers is the same, so he doesn't need a diverse tech investment like Antocalyptica does for
Yes.
both ships and cavalry.
Jolatis, meanwhile, having his galleys in the back of Antocalyptica's base, he's going for the fishing ships.
Indeed, and in 30 seconds War Galley will be in, and then he doesn't even need to wait until War Galley. These galleys are numerous enough to quickly deal with the fishing ships. And it is quite the significant boom that the fishing ship represents.
Antocalyptica going forward with villagers as well as his knights.
But that was quick walled by Jolatis. I'm expecting a tower.
A tower on the wood line.
Tower on the wood line.
By the way, I was also asked to look again for the historical note.
Yes,
And
absolutely.
I found that, well, they mostly fought alongside each other, the Vikings and the Byzantines. So the Vikings used to control all the waterways, around the Baltic states, and the Byzantine Empire. They saw the importance of all these strategic points, and they also wanted control over a lot of them, and they hired Viking mercenaries. So the Vikings actually fought for the Byzantines.
I would not have guessed that.
Yeah, me neither.
Meanwhile, the tower has been denied. Antocalyptica is making a siege workshop to support his knights.
Indeed, and there are 7 fire ships making their way towards Jolatis' back base.
And that is also getting the monks getting a monk in position for when the knights inevitably will return.
Indeed, but now the
Downing a dock of Antocalyptica.
indeed
The galley micro
yes,
is
the 2
pretty damn
groups.
good.
I mean, this would be the ideal moment to pop a demo out. Although he's worn the fire ships down enough, I think, that... oh no, fire ships are dangerous if you let them get near.
And even after all this time, the villager numbers are still more or less even. Well, as Jolatis is starting to lose villagers. Or were those fishing ships?
Fishing ships. If you look at the villager numbers, there is a 10 villager difference between Antocalyptica and Jolatis in Antocalyptica's favor.
Jolatis' crossbows are about to find the stables.
There's a hidden mangonel in the siege workshop.
Oh, and the 2 knights are being targeted by the monks. Meanwhile, Antocalyptica is defending the front of his coastline with a castle.
Jolatis keeps pumping galleys out, who keep taking down the fire ships.
But they are not that cost efficient, I have the impression.
Well, the Viking warships are cheaper than usual.
But if you look at the speed at which the fire ships take down the galleys... I don't know, I seem to prefer, even though score says otherwise, I seem to prefer Antocalyptica's position here.
Antocalyptica has just beaten down the Night Raid. And his crossbows are still waiting, but if they go, Jolatis' crossbows are waiting. If they go towards the stables and do a little bit of good micro against the mangonel hiding, the landing could be completely denied.
Yeah. He seems to be more at ease just staying home and going for Imperial. Well,
Yes, third town
Antocalyptica
center
at
added.
least. Third town center for both players now in play. 8 villager difference. I think we've reached a little bit of a lull in the fighting action. Antocalyptica buying stone. That seems like he's trying to go for a second castle.
Yes, again along the shoreline.
Indeed. Really reinforcing that inner semicircle. I wouldn't be surprised if pretty soon we'll see an outpost on the middle island from Antocalyptica.
Yes, the moment Imperial comes in, he'll start with aggressive expansion.
Indeed. I think it's... If you put your castle not too far forward on the middle island, I think you might put it so that it can't be ranged by trips from the enemy's island. So then that's really a strong foothold that you have there, which can only be countered by cannon galleons. And Jolatis coming in with his ships, and pretty soon he will see the castle defense. Yep, he noticed. Quickly sniping a fishing ship, but not losing any galleys himself. 2 boomers on the water map does not an interesting game make. I know.
Meanwhile, Jolatis has one relic in his monastery, grabbed the second one, but the monk is still standing still.
By the way, I will quit the commentating booth for a short while. I'm pretty sure the games will still be happening when I come back, but it's the last GP of the Formula 1, and Max Verstappen might become world champion.
Well, keep us posted.
You spent way too much time in Holland by now, Tim.
Yeah, well.
Anyway, enjoy.
Yeah.
And let's hear you back in... I don't know when.
It can be that it's over in the first corner. If they both crash out. So...
Phobenius is watching Formula 1 as well on his second screen, so... It seems that it's alive and well among the viewers. In any case, then it's just going to be a duo cast for a while.
Yes.
Are you up to the task, Joe Nasty?
I think so.
Oh, we have action, The fire ships are entering. And in these numbers, the galleys are no match.
Yes, and the Antocalyptica's queue is still running.
It's even worse since they are fast fire ships, so...
Chemistry is almost in. He's driven off the galleys.
Mm-hmm.
And a defensive castle on the shoreline for Jolatis.
Yeah, indeed. And now cannon galleons are being added by Antocalyptica. Murder holes as well. I don't know exactly why that's added, but that's fine. A second defensive castle being built by Jolatis.
And Antocalyptica can just barely see the castle being built. So he knows where to aim his cannons.
And the cannons are in. Chieftains coming in. That might be a thing pretty soon, but that would require a landing of some sort. Meanwhile, it looks like Jolatis is going man-at-arms, so he's going champion line. And it looks like Twitch chat is having a sing-along moment. Now Antocalyptica building a defensive castle in the middle of the map. And with 4 cannon galleons, the Viking castle is being taken down quicker than it can be repaired.
Finally, someone has the guts to claim the middle.
As soon as he says Anton getting busy in the middle island.
Sure looks like it.
More cannon galleons being added.
6 cannon galleons firing at the castle, and it's down.
It's down. It is down. Okay, Arson, elite longboat, 2-handed swordsman.
Yeah, there's a lot of docks at the back for Jolatis.
Indeed, I think Jolatis now is of the mind with elite cannon galleon coming in, so that town center is just melting. I think he's been saving up his forces, but he really needs to respond right now. Otherwise his base will just be completely wiped from the map by the cannon galleons.
A town center down, a second one almost down. This is not looking good.
No, the crossbowmen are going forward.
And his third town center is in range of the cannons.
Third town center is in range
Yeah.
indeed.
He has to make a move with his navy now. Jolatis reduced to a single town center.
He does have 116 villagers, so it's not the worst, but it is not great.
How well do fast fire ships fare against crossbows? Well, 8 Pierce armor, okay. They do okay.
Yes, and if the crossbowmen keep standing in range of the fast fire ships, who have an insanely quick attacking speed, by the way,
Yes.
it's yeah, it's not the greatest. It's not the greatest.
Second castle down, third castle being built, but is it still in range of the cannon galleons? We have 15
It very much
range.
is. It very much is.
Yes, if that mill
You
can be hit.
see- Indeed, if the mill can be hit.
The longboat, micro.
With the micro, it is somewhat
If this
effective, but
If this
No.
won't save Jolatis, then the game will be over soon.
I have the suspicion that it is over soon. Like the castle is going down quicker than it can be built. Yeah, it stood for all of like 3 seconds or something.
Yeah.
And the mass of 2-handed swordsman is destroying the outpost, but I
Oh,
don't
but
think
here is the
that's-
mangonel. That mangonel that has been in there for the whole game.
And the mangonel is down.
Meanwhile, the longboats at the back are cleaning up a bit, but if you look at this navy,
I
at least 30
would
fast
call
fire
it for
ships.
Antocalyptica. He is firmly in control.
And Jolatis' farms are expiring, he doesn't have the wood to continue.
So he needs to send his idle villagers to wood, but it's
45 lumberjacks at the moment, desperately trying to save himself here. As the navy eats through your wood sources.
indeed. And I think a good choice by Antocalyptica not to go for many more ships. The navy he has is good
Only
enough
now
to
just adding bracer.
bracer and ballistics. So I'm expecting at some point for him to just transport over some villagers and build some forward archery ranges to
But you
just
still have
finish
these.
off the last couple villagers.
Yeah, you still have these two-handed swordsmen to pick off, though.
Okay, yeah, he can also just make a couple archery ranges on his own island and then drop them off. Although it would be quite the power play to just go for cataphracts.
Here is the villager landing. Is he gonna do the same as what he did against me? Yes, he is. Suffocating with castles.
He is indeed going for a castle drop. Two Byzantine castles back to back. And by the time that these slow two-handed swordsmen are there, one castle will be up. They won't be able to do anything at all. And now the murder holes make sense. Losing some villagers, but at this point who cares?
He still has a full castle with 19
Yeah,
villagers inside. And
yeah, so indeed the breakthrough is just to make sure that the castle is strong enough. How much time left? That depends on how patient Jolatis is. Conscription and forging coming in. Yeah, Jolatis realizing that the game is up and calling the GG here. Yeah. Okay, that was quite a suffocating play by Antocalyptica. And
yes,
so
it's
this
what he
is
does
why
best.
this is indeed what he does best. I think this is why I don't think Vikings is a good pick on this map, because they don't really have an answer to fire ships.
Yeah.
And we've seen here that without that it is just brutal. But yeah, so Antocalyptica taking home the first game. Yeah, that is the first game of the grand final.
It goes to Antocalyptica.
Indeed.
Was a lot of back and forth. Both players had the upper hand there for a while.
Indeed, indeed. Very, very exciting in the beginning, and then the boomer attitude came out. And then it kind of got stale, and then Jolatis could just not find any answer to the massive fire ships from Antocalyptica.
Yeah, once he gets going, it's hard to
Indeed.
stop.
It is indeed hard
Also,
to stop.
the advantage of having all his docks protected by his castles.
That
Well,
does indeed present a
he
big
didn't
advantage.
he didn't attack Jolatis' docks, but they're all left sort of undefended along the coastline. The fact that they're at the back for Jolatis means it's hard to get mobility in your navy. But well, by the time Anton already controlled all of the water.
Indeed. It would take a long while for Jolatis' navy to come to the front, and even if he got there, it's a quick retreat for Antocalyptica to just go hide under his castles.
Yes.
and then there's nothing that that Jolatis can do. Very well played by both players.
Yes.
But so we move on to a home map by Jolatis. So we have Yucatan, which is a regicide map, Marketplace, and Aftermath. And Aftermath is Empire Wars. And yes, Knights, Japanese and Saracens. I know that's what you love. But so, Jonasti, what do you think? What map do
Well,
you expect to see?
I hope to see Yucatan because I'm longing for a regicide game.
It does spring to mind. Remind me, how many times was Yucatan picked?
Oh, I don't have the stats open here with me.
Yucatan was only picked twice, I think.
Yes.
Uh,
Was
and
in
if memory serves, that was you versus Snelly Snail.
yes, and
And
El
then
Cron versus Pirac Delta. Pirac
indeed,
Delta.
both of which were quite nice games, although the El Cron match ended quite abruptly.
Yes. Always because of a hole.
Always because of a hole, indeed. But yeah, Yucatan would indeed be nice to see. And honestly, even though we've had quite a few Regicide games, I've never seen a King Snipe. So
Yes.
it'd be
Well,
really interesting to see one this time.
oh, seems like I've been invited in game by Antocalyptica for a game.
Well, that's a ballsy move.
It'll just be a misclick.
It probably is a misclick. Okay, so now we have the game ID as well.
But if they're going
just
for Yucatan and the King Snipe happens and Tim is not here to see it, he will be very pissed.
I mean, you should have your priorities straight. It's, you know, Age of Empires or Formula One.
Yes, but Max Verstappen, he can seriously do great stuff today.
That might be, but it's the Fristi Cup, Jonasti. It's no contest. Why would you ever watch anything else?
That's true. Night of St. John asking the real questions. When would we like to see Teutons?
What? Oh, well, all the time is my answer, but on these maps, Aftermath against the Tatars is a little bit. I mean, I'm just assuming it would be Tatars and Aftermath is a little bit no go. You can actually get like a really quick scout build if you take advantage of the very cheap farms. So Marketplace, Socotra maybe, but I think for Socotra, Japanese or Malians are a slightly better pick. Yeah, I would say if I look at this, I would use Teutons on Marketplace when Jolatis picks that one.
Well, I can also say that this next game will have a special rule.
Oh.
Max age, feudal age.
Ooh, I do believe that Antocalyptica just picked humans.
Yes, but on which map?
On which map, indeed? Which map?
Perhaps he wants to block. He wants to block the Tatar power spike in Castle Age.
That is an option. That's an option as well. And then that would require some reconfiguration because then, yeah, what would you pick then? Huh. That's a really good question. If it's limited to feudal age,
what would be a good counter to the the feudal ram play.
Um, hmm, there are no obvious. Like the ideal would be a good infantry civ. Um,
Yes,
which would
perhaps
have been
Aztecs.
Vikings. Aztecs with the eagles, but in feudal age they're really slow to build.
Yeah, but
Like
Aztecs have a faster creation rate for their military units.
33%, yes. Yeah, Aztecs would indeed. Sorry, I assumed you were reacting to the comment by Knight of St. John to asking for eagles. Yeah, I think if you're limited to feudal, you're better off just going for men at arms. How's their pierce armor? I think they really only get their power spike in Castle Age, because it's just an Eagle Scout. Okay, their pierce armor is actually 2. Um,
But they
but
take a lot of gold.
they do take like 50 gold, and they also take 60 seconds to train. In
Okay,
feudal age.
the second game is in the Spectate browser.
Okay, I am.
It is
Okay.
Aftermath. Antocalyptica picked humans. Jolatis is sticking with Tatars. Can he turn this
Okay.
around? Let's have a look.
Let's indeed have a look. Waiting for the game to start. And yeah, Pew Pew Panda. I think if it was humans max feudal on land madness, you would have been once again traumatized. Like you are by every Socotra game, I think.
Both players going for a different trade workshop.
Antocalyptica, well, just sitting just outside the reach of the trade workshop. So that's big brain strats right there. And then the spearman of Jolatis is just going to come in and poke the scout to death. And both trade workshops are under Jolatis' control.
Yes, so what are the Tatar bonuses
Well,
up to Castle Age? Their villagers gather faster from herdables, which is good because you start with a lot of them in Empire Wars.
that is true. But the rest I'm not too sure about. I will have to cheat a little bit and look it up myself.
New town center spawn 2 sheep starting in Castle Age. Useless. The elevation bonus could be
Elevation
useful.
bonus is indeed still useful.
And you can see Antocalyptica already fully walling himself in, while Jolatis is keeping his base a little bit more open.
We've said it before, Antocalyptica is a boomer.
Yes. And you can see him going again for the full Linsbebouwing with his house walls.
That is indeed a full lintbebouwing. He is showing his Belgian heritage. And he is pumping out archers from his much cheaper archery ranges. I think
Yes,
the
I
bonus has
forgot
been
it.
nerfed.
Yeah.
I
It
think
has
the
been
bonus has
nerfed.
been nerfed, but still quite potent.
He's coming back with a vengeance for the right trade workshop.
Mm-hmm.
And also, what is up with that wood line for Jolatis in the bottom corner?
We've seen something similar from when Knight of St. John played against Jolatis on Aftermath. His wood line was also completely hidden.
Jolatis adding bloodlines for his scouts.
I like the combination, adding some scouts to the archer moss. That's not a bad plan at all. And he knows where the army is coming in.
Second town center coming up for Antocalyptica.
Obviously, right in the middle of the wood lines. And after that first engagement, it's a 7-3 in favor of Jolatis. Kill to death ratio. But second town center coming up for Antocalyptica. He's adding some skirmishers to his army in order to counter the archers of Jolatis. Jolatis is adding some more scouts and a couple more spearmen. Yeah, this is the typical feudal age army composition. And that lone archer is going to get picked off quite quickly. Oh, and the spearmen are just in time to reinforce. Indeed, Jolatis has to do damage now. Meanwhile, his army is coming in on the left, while the 3 scouts are distracting Antocalyptica's army on the right.
Ooh, and the wood line is completely... Well, no, there's a small hole in the wood line that the archers can pick off a few villagers.
Oh, and they are running away. Ooh, Antocalyptica did not see this. His villager escape was completely blocked by some trees.
A few vills picked off. Scouts are
villagers picked
still
off.
harassing.
Indeed, and they're still leading the archer.
Looks like
and
Jolatis
couple
forgot to
spearmen.
put on the farm reseed.
He seems to have fixed the situation now. Meanwhile, he is causing massive amounts of eco-idle time for Antocalyptica. And his second archer army coming in. This is a massive amount of archers.
Yes, but if you look at the right trade workshop, Antocalyptica has taken it back with his own army of archers, and the small army to the left of it has 2 villagers in it. So could he be going for the forward siege workshop?
It's a possibility, but considering the makeup of that group, I think it's just a case of selected too many units accidentally.
And Jolatis is going for the preparing
defense.
for his raid.
Ooh, but that is... Okay, Jolatis should clear out with his archer army there.
Yes.
Forgetting about it in his haste to micro on all fronts. He did have a nicely stationed archer army on Antocalyptica's gold, so he's denying him that.
Antocalyptica has entered Jolatis' base.
Indeed. Jolatis just calmly retreating. The wood line is being harassed, so he will need some reinforcements. Unfortunately, like the lumber camp he is making, I don't think that will be... Oh, he gets spotted by the villagers. And now there's an army of 6 scouts, some of them a little bit weak, that are coming to deal with this. And we have a pause.
Test. Jolatis chatting to Anton saying test, test.
Okay, probably some lag spikes or something along those lines.
And we're back. Yes, Jolatis adding his man-at-arms. He's going for some building damage.
Indeed. Triple barracks at the front.
Well, in a game that ends in feudal and you're not humans, I think men-at-arms are your only option for taking down buildings.
Absolutely.
But they're spotted by the archers. But Anton isn't paying attention, and the men-at-arms are...
They are coming in close to do some damage, but still you need this archer moss that he had in the back of Anton's base in order to safely guide the men-at-arms. And even though he's on 2 TCs, he's only 5 villagers ahead of Jolatis.
Yes, I think that's in part to blame. Can be blamed on the invasion of his woodline.
Indeed. And also look at that eco KD. 2 villager kills for Antocalyptica, 25 for Jolatis.
Yes, and his men-at-arms are wrecking
Massive.
an archery range.
Yeah, Knight of St. John is saying that he thinks that Jolatis is taking this. I agree.
Antocalyptica still having the 2 villagers at the side, while Jolatis is protecting his woodline with a tower.
And Jolatis is just going for damage against the tower with his 4 men-at-arms.
The town center can take them down.
Before the town center started taking them down. And indeed, with these men-at-arms, it's they're vulnerable to piercing damage, but they are taking down the buildings quite quickly.
And when this archery range falls, Antocalyptica has no ranges left, so the men-at-arms have nothing to fear.
Indeed, and then it's just stables that he has. So as long as he then protects his archers with his men-at-arms, he is fine, and he can add in a couple of spearmen to go for the counter unit. I do believe that it's looking grim for Antocalyptica.
Anton Vil fighting in the south, but his second villager falls. Yeah, he's sending all his villagers out in the open so Jolatis can finish them off. I think this game is done.
Yeah, I think so as well. Yeah, Antocalyptica calling the GG. Well, that was
great
a quick
game.
one.
Yeah,
great game indeed. Great game.
Because you just know Antocalyptica had a plan here. He thought he had him, but then he struck back.
And let's not forget what this means. Aftermath continues its trend of having Tatars played on them and Tatars winning.
Yes.
Without even the Cav Archer power spike that we were discussing. Yeah, Anton went to 2 TCs too quickly. I think he did indeed get greedy, and that was heavily punished by Jolatis. So while in theory it sounds very good that humans have this ability to boom, I don't think this was the way to do it.
Yeah.
Wow, okay, so now it's up to Antocalyptica to pick a map.
What are the options? Hideout, Pilgrims, and Socotra.
I'm betting on Hideout.
Yeah,
think
me as well.
it's
It's a closed map. It suits his playstyle a bit more.
indeed, indeed. Uh, and probably he will. Somehow I'm liking Khmer
Khmer on hideout.
or Mayans.
That's an unconventional.
Why would that be unconventional, Jonasti?
Well, we've seen our fair share of Khmer on hideout.
Indeed, and they're even the subject of the Jonasti exclusion rule.
Well,
Yeah,
looking through the
it's
stats of the final game, I can see that Antocalyptica won the villager high with 45,
oh yes, let's
45 to 54 to 51.
let's quickly show you that as well. Um,
English numbers and Dutch numbers, so confusing.
indeed, villager high was indeed 54 versus 51, but Antocalyptica made 83 villagers, and at the end only had 48 remaining.
That's brutal.
Jolatis only had 2 eco deaths, so 53. Says the mathematician. Yes, but we were talking linguistics.
Mathematicians can't count. That's a well-known
As,
fact.
as soon as there's numbers involved, it's completely out window. Letters, they're fine with. Numbers, not so much. Uh, yeah, army high, if you just look at that as well. Jolatis had an army high of 45 military units. Antocalyptica only got up to 26. And then economy, Jolatis had almost exactly 4,000 more resources collected, even though he was behind in villager counts
Yeah, the trade
most of the game.
workshops they do a lot.
They do a lot
I
indeed.
think Jolatis had control of both of them for a long time.
Indeed. Indeed. Yeah,
I'm liking these games so far.
they are
I think
indeed very fun to see. They're very
they're
entertaining
engaging.
and they're somewhat equally matched, it looks like.
What were the betting predictions on this match?
That is a good question. Let me pull up the betting sheet. Overview. 4 people selected Anton as a winner, and 8 people elected Jolatis as the victor.
Yeah, that makes sense because this week I had a small conversation with Antocalyptica, and he assured me that he is indeed the underdog for this match. So
But he
makes
tries to
sense.
underdog every time, so
Yeah, but if Anton says so, I believe him that he is the underdog. For all, why would he say he's the underdog and then not be? Would
yes,
be
why
totally
would
totally out of character.
why would Anton troll at all? I also had a small conversation, not with Jolatis, but with Pew Pew Panda, who is the link between us and Jolatis. And it seems that Jolatis has been practicing a little bit on the ranked ladder, and he
Aha,
managed to reach an elo of 1350, I think, or 1345, something along those lines.
that's nice.
That is quite nice indeed. Um, yeah, so if I look him up on the ratings list, we're doing this just to fill time while the players are getting prepped for the third game.
I thought I'd take over for Tim for a little
Mhm.
while and look up some meetings between the humans and the Tatars.
Mhm.
And apparently, there's this book from Cambridge University Press, which is titled Humans and Tatars, subtitled Oriental Military in the Pre-Ottoman Balkans.
That sounds promising.
Yes, but unfortunately, I cannot get free access to this.
That is indeed slightly annoying.
It can be
Um,
bought on bol.com for €50.
that is a steal. I think that as soon as Antocalyptica replays this stream and hears about this, considering his interest in history, I think that will be on his to-read list.
Yes.
Small interjection. If we have a look at the ratings, Jolatis has a current 1v1 rating of 1343, which puts him at the 85.6 percentile. Antocalyptica, on the other hand, has a 1v1 rating of 1319, putting him in the 84.2 percentile. So both of these players top 20% in the world.
Wow. Because I believe I am in the bottom 20%.
I would not dare to make such an assumption.
Well, depends on if I can have Cameron hideout or not.
And we have, in the meantime, also gotten the game ID for the next game, so let's get ready not to rumble, but to spectate. And it is Pilgrims. So not Hideout, but Pilgrims.
Japanese versus Persians.
Oof.
So I think this will settle a debate between me and Knight of St. John.
I also looked away from the chat, and it seems that the Nightbot has auto-moderated someone. Good bot. And we are off. And we see Antocalyptica as the Japanese. It's the terror that mods in the night. I like it. Going for a quick landing with 4 villagers and his king, and
Jolatis is
Jolatis
closing in.
doing the same thing. Now remember, this is a nomad start, so according to the rules, you cannot vil fight in the first 3 minutes of gameplay. Oh, and he's loading in his villagers again.
I have already
Moving
hopped
away.
both kings. So whenever you need to know the location of one of them, just
Alright,
ask.
great. And the villagers are dropped off again. Just trying to see if either player knows where the other one is located, and they do not, but... Ooh, those are some close...
This will be a fun one.
Oh god, that was... I don't know if you noticed that, but Jolatis' king got really close. Really close.
Yeah. You
Is
think
it
they
too
realized?
close or not? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. They're not within range of each other, so I don't think that they are too close. Antocalyptica is asking for my opinion. If the town centers are too close or not. They're not within range, so I'm going to allow the building. Okay, well, this is why we work with admins, to quickly give judgments on cases like this. What is Jolatis doing on his island? Well, he is missing 4 sheep is what he's doing.
On
But
his
then
starting
again,
island, he has built a lumber camp, a dock, a few fishing ships, and is just waiting for his sheep.
indeed, and I have the impression that Antocalyptica is doing the exact same thing.
Yes. Neither player has a middle, so they can't do anything with the sheep just yet.
Indeed. Okay, and
We're back.
they are playing again. Jolatis does have a slight advantage in numbers, since he has a fishing ship extra, but Japanese do have faster fishing ships, so that probably compensates. Also, demonstrating my knowledge of in-game mechanics, Jolatis is fishing in the shorefish, where the fishing ships are actually not that quick. Meanwhile,
better to fish with villagers there.
Indeed, much better. They're way quicker than fishing ships for shorefish. Meanwhile, Antocalyptica has easy access to deep fish, where the fishing ships are insanely fast. So he has both the advantage of his fishing ships being faster and having a faster food source.
Jolatis is milling at the bottom with his turkeys, and Antocalyptica has discovered the left-hand corner with his king, so we found his best booming spot.
Indeed, and Jolatis is already almost in feudal age. Meanwhile, the hunt is going on for Antocalyptica at his town center, and now a house is being built as a start of a defensive wall against the Persian invasion. Barracks coming up for Jolatis in the south. Antocalyptica indeed really going for the fish boom with the 6th fishing ship being built right now. Jolatis is stuck to 3 fishing ships.
Jolatis shooting down the aggressive wolf with his town center, and is now aiming at the house. And Jolatis does not have loom yet. Neither player has loom yet.
Well, in 5 seconds, Antocalyptica will have loom. Going for that sushi, indeed. Which, by the way, is an achievement in Age of Empires. If you have enough Japanese fishing ship, you get the achievement Sushi Lover. I think it's called Sushi Lover. Okay, and then a stable being added by Jolatis in the south. Based on his food income at the moment, I don't think we'll see any scouts anytime soon. Ah, nope. Horse dropped and then producing a scout, so preferring to have some military over producing a villager. Now long distance mining for Jolatis.
Antocalyptica walling himself in, effectively saying to Jolatis, "You're locked in here with me, not the other way around."
True, true. I somewhat lost track. Is he in the north? Can you have a quick look where the king of Jolatis is?
He is hidden inside the woods near his mining camp.
Ah, yes, indeed.
And Antocalyptica's king is safe inside the town center.
Indeed. That one I found because of the little flag, but... And we have the scout harassing the villagers, but... The scout has been reduced to 3 hit points, so that's not going to be a big issue. And then a market
Antocalyptica
coming up.
putting the market and having the resources for Castle Age.
Yeah. There's a reason why he likes his nomad start. He knows how to do it. Jolatis' king is pulling a Homer Simpson. He wishes. Now he's branding himself supervisor of the turkeys. Considering the fact that he is Persians, that may have been an accidental racist remark. I'm not that sure.
I'll allow it.
And Antocalyptica indeed going up to castle. And his barracks indeed forming like a little wall to the north. It'd be really funny if he now just makes a wall from his wood line down to the southwestern edge of the map, really just locking Jolatis into place. And Jolatis constructing his own market. But considering he only has 8 on food and not even 100 food in the bank, it's going to be a while before he's in castle.
And a small difference in attitude on their starting islands, where Antocalyptica is mining gold, while Jolatis is mining stone.
That's indeed true. I think that's a good move. He might need the stone for some defensive towers.
Yeah, a defensive tower on the wood line, which also, well, when the town centers are this close together, the defensive tower is also an offensive tower.
That is a good point. And Antocalyptica immediately going for knights as soon as he hits castle.
Meanwhile, Jolatis is hiding 11 turkeys in the top right, just behind some trees.
Indeed.
And the scout broke through the wall, but is now harassed by villagers.
Yeah, and indeed, like you said, Antocalyptica found his booming spot all the way on the left, and a quick villager snipe by Jolatis. But now he has to retreat with his 3 HP scout.
The knights are looking around, just passing.
Nope, attacking the farmer. No reaction. Oh, now there's a reaction.
And the game is over.
GG. Yeah, with Antocalyptica already on 6 knights. Jolatis not even close to castle.
Yeah.
I can see why. I think the key, I don't know if this was noticed or not. but Antocalyptica had a lot of access to hunt, so he had really strong boom, really strong food gathering. His fishing ship were also on the deep fish, and they're Japanese, so they fish extra quickly. I think all those factors combined gave him such a boost in food gathering that he just managed to take Jolatis on speed.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Once that second town center goes up, if the night production can keep continuing, there's
yeah,
not
then it's
much to do.
indeed not much to do.
Wow, that was a quick one, 15 minutes.
Indeed, and before the start, Antocalyptica shared with me that his nightmare was that the games would be lasting way too long to fit in a complete session here. I don't think that's going to be the case.
You never know, you never know. It's not over till it's over.
That is indeed true. But yeah, so now it's again up to Jolatis to select a map. And which one do you think he's going to take? Yucatan or Marketplace?
Well, what civs does he still have left?
He still has Aztecs, Lithuanians, Spanish, Mongols, and Berbers.
I think Mongols and Berbers are suited for something like Marketplace. Well, they can go on both maps actually.
I would save the Mongols for Yucatan.
Or Yucatan, yes. Because of the abundance of food.
Indeed, abundance of huntables, and then that hunting bonus is literally insane. You get so much food extra quickly. It really gives you a leg up on the competition. You understand his fear. Me and Pew Pew Panel's games lasted for 3 days, felt like 30. What was the longest game so far? That's an interesting question. Like, what felt like the longest game was probably the Elkron versus Pedirak Delta on Northern Isles. Looking back, that actually wasn't the longest game. I think the longest game was you versus Snelly Snail Jonasti on Yucatan.
I think so. That was 1 hour and 48
I think
in
so.
game.
Yeah. So I think that was the longest one. There was one that was streamed at 1.5 speed. No, I think times 2 speed, but yeah. That was that game. So that was the. I think that was the longest game. Here it seems that they're over quite quickly. People recognizing when they are beaten, not cockroaching.
Yes.
Mm. Joachim Jolatis posting a gif of some howling wolves in the chat. Yeah, using the town center to. It's probably the aggressive wolf that he had to kill with his town center that lost him the game.
That TC idle time just went straight up.
Yeah, that was just too much. Okay, so let's go back to our discussion. So, Yucatan or Marketplace? I think we might see Marketplace, like a somewhat more normal map.
Yes, we haven't had a normal RM start yet, right?
Indeed. So the maps for that would be Hideout, even though we're now used to seeing the Capture the Relic start there, and Marketplace. in these settings. So Jolatis probably can have a cleaner start if things are equal. Anton here got a really good DC location. Access to the hunt is, I think, what made it possible for him to basically go that quickly to castle. So I think Jolatis might enjoy the somewhat more equal start of a normal RM game.
We have a new game available.
Great.
It is a marketplace game. Malians versus Lithuanians.
Oh.
Will we see some Gibito raids?
Geppetto raids are not really what I would associate with Antocalyptica. But remember, Malians do get Farimba, which adds, I think, +4 or +5? I think +4. Attack to the cavalry. So
yes, and the arrow firing town centers in Castle Age can also be a real pain.
Can be a real pain. Also, considering that Antocalyptica loves his town centers, and he loves his light cav / hussar raids, Malians is actually a pretty good fit for him. But yeah, if we have a look at the map, we see Antocalyptica has back gold, back stone, couple gold tiles forward, but not too bad. Berries are a little bit on the forward side, but not too much. And if we have a look at Jolatis' map, stone is a little bit forward, but the back is populated with gold and berry bushes. Lumber seems about the same as a defensive location, so yeah, the start seems quite equal for both players.
Jolatis also immediately wanting to find that neutral market in the corner. No, the trade card is deflecting.
I think he knows what's in the corner.
He's going for the strangling scout strategy, going from both sides at once.
Indeed, and if we have a look at Antocalyptica, he's using one trade card to really explore around his base, and then one is sent on a path along the right. Although if we have a look at the line of vision from Jolatis, he's actually doing exactly the same. So Pew Pew Panda, Jolatis managed to have a villager survive with 5 HP. I think that's a strat he picked up from you. A little bit cleaner. Antocalyptica has 11 HP remaining on his villager.
This is why you pick poles, so details like that don't matter in the long run.
But there's a problem with that. Not everybody has the expansion, so all the expansion civs were banned in this draft.
I know, but in a general game, if you don't want to worry about how vulnerable your villager is, just pick poles.
That is indeed a good strategy.
You get the wing to star for free.
I think the Winged Hussar by itself is already enough to convince anyone to go for the poles. How can you win?
Antocalyptica's trade cards are very menacingly circling around the wood line.
I mean, if those oxen were capable of attacking, I would be very scared.
I like these new skins for the trade cards.
They do add some nice details. I've even seen people mention that it might be possible that we start seeing regional castle skins. As we've
I
had
really hope for regional monks.
That is also an option, yes.
I mean, you don't got to see a Roman Catholic priest coming out of a mosque, do you?
That does indeed break the immersion somewhat, yes.
Then again, every villager worldwide having the same skin tone is probably not that regional either.
You may have a point there.
Antocalyptica's guarding the passage between his town and Jolatis' town just to catch any drush coming.
Indeed, but he is creating his own militia, while the barracks for Jolatis has just gone up as well. And I think his slightly quicker feudal age timing will prevent Antocalyptica from actually going forward with his militia. Now a stable being built by Jolatis. It's also interesting to note, Jolatis does actually know the location of quite a few of the relics. So as Lithuanians, it's a really good idea to try to go for those, because they really give a big boost to the attack of your knights. Like, you get +1 attack for every relic that you have in your monastery. And we see the militia coming forward. Militia have just been turned into men-at-arms. I think that's going to be just in time. That house. And the gap is so small he can only attack with 2 of the 3 men-at-arms. Oh! That would be amazing if this works. Antocalyptica might spot this. He did not spot it in time. And now they're trapped. 2 of the 3 men-at-arms are trapped.
Yes.
I think this is one for the highlights.
Now Jolatis is going forward with his scouts, while Antocalyptica is finishing his walls, but doesn't have any military at home.
Indeed, and I don't think he will be quick enough to deny the scouts entry into his base. So all he is doing is basically keeping one villager occupied with repairing the house. Which, you know, it's technically taking one villager out of the equation for Jolatis, and costing him some wood resources. So it's not the worst, and a very quick reaction, and some nice lit micro there in order to dodge the town center fire. Repairing with one villager, but it does seem like the gate is a little bit weaker. So one repairing villager is not enough.
And one single spearman is coming out. I know, 2 spearmen.
I seem to have missed something. Did he have a single archer? Oh yeah,
Jolatis
did
used a
have-
single archer to pick up the man-at-arms.
indeed. That is a good investment.
Scouts are being chased away.
Yeah, indeed. Making a long detour, and now they're turning back again. Market coming up for Antocalyptica.
There and back again. A Lithuanian tale by Jolatis.
If we have a look at the resources, it seems that Jolatis will have will put some villagers on gold, and then he should be fine in reaching Castle Age in a fairly quick manner. He is also taking advantage of the trade cards that he has anyway, so they're gathering some gold for him. So based on the 18 food gatherers, 15 of which are farmers, he should be able to reach the 800 food required for Castle Age pretty soon. So then it's just a matter of gathering the 200 gold that he needs. If we have a look at Antocalyptica, who is busy chasing away some scouts with his spearmen.
Yes, 1 scout down already. 3 more to go.
Yeah. And the scouts are coming back to harass the wood line again and moving away again. If we have a look at Antocalyptica, he's a little bit further away from the food required, but he does have almost double the gold needed. The stable and
Jolatis-
archery range.
Jolatis just
Being
clicked
added.
the Castle Age.
Indeed. So I'm expecting... Oh, he did wall off one side of his base completely. So he's given up on those 2 relics that are in that area. Oh, now only a blacksmith being added. He's also walling in like a very narrow fashion. But yes, I'm expecting at least one more stable. Yeah, bloodlines being researched. And a monastery to start gathering the relics. And Antocalyptica has also clicked castle by now.
Antocalyptica also has his 2 trade cards gathering gold.
Meanwhile, he has an idle villager. Oh, he has an idle villager on the gold mine that was repairing the palisade wall, and he spots it again. Yeah, the trade cards from Jolatis were bringing in 18 gold per trip. Antocalyptica gathering 39 gold per trip, so slightly more profitable. Antocalyptica also researching bloodlines, so he's also going for cavalry. Knights being produced already by Jolatis. A second town center being built. Knights on the way, but I don't think they can do too much damage. Second armor, so chain barding armor coming in as well.
Lots of scouts have an opening into the
Oh,
Now then.
that's gonna be
gold mine.
painful. I don't think Antocalyptica has spotted this.
Inchi.
It might help if Jolatis put these villagers on, not villagers, these scouts on aggressive stance, but that doesn't really matter. The 5th eco kill has happened, so that is really good value for 3 scouts. Meanwhile, the knights are breaking through the palisade wall, but Antocalyptica house walls behind.
Antocalyptica has a second town center on gold, has researched pikemen, and is sending a knight along the right side to have a sniff.
Both players already on their 3rd town center. And Jolatis actually having produced 2 more trade cards.
Antocalyptica is in Jolatis' trade with a single knight.
That is painful. Monastery being added for Jolatis. That is some good value that Antocalyptica is getting out of that knight. Meanwhile, down south in Antocalyptica's base, the pikemen are scaring away all the cavalry from Jolatis, and Antocalyptica has gone heavy into pikes. 14 pikes with 2 more EQ. And he does find the 3rd TC, but gets picked off by Town Center Fire and the pikes that are there to protect. Monk being created by Jolatis. Let's see if he does go for the relics. Seems like he was just there to protect against the knights. Or at least the one knight that he saw. Meanwhile, Jolatis' trade has restarted.
And he has a new batch of knights ready to dive in. Still a hole next to the ibex.
Indeed, but that's being guarded by 15 pikemen. And now it's getting house walled. Jolatis is not getting through there.
Jolatis is going for a first relic.
He bought some stone. So we might see... Well, it would be a typical Jolatis move to build an outpost somewhere, but I don't see where that would be. So maybe he's going for another town center somewhere. Ah yes, we see the villagers migrating in the west. Meanwhile, the 4th town center being made by Antocalyptica. And same approach being used by Jolatis. So yeah, it's indeed boomer versus boomer.
Jolatis keeps attacking the town center, but keeps getting defeated by the pikemen.
Yeah, I think he's wasting his units there a little bit. That's not the best plan he's ever had. Meanwhile, Monk is going out for the 2nd relic.
Already has +3 on his knights. Soon to be +4.
Indeed. Iron casting going up to +2, and then the relics each giving +1 attack makes them quite the beefy knights.
And also going for a third relic in the right side. Monk
Third.
going deep into unexplored territory.
Oh no, that was the monk I was talking about.
So at the left of Jolatis' base, a monk is returning with another relic.
Oh, I hadn't seen that. Oh yes, indeed. And then he also knows about the relic to the left of his base, so I imagine that will also be queued. So then we get really strong knights. Jolatis should add skirms. Well, he could. The skirms could indeed counter the pikemen. But what Jolatis could also do is just say, okay, you have pikes, but I will just mass knights and run away from any engagements. And then with a forward siege workshop, add some scorpions or mangonels in order to counter the pikes is an option. Or what I think he's doing, he's going heavy on stone. Might be a forward castle drop.
Yes. And I see an outpost being built on the right hand side of Jolatis' base.
That is a Jolatis move. Also, Sunesi Twitch calling out Jolatis on his bullshit. No, let's not play Capture the Relic. Jolatis gathering relics like crazy. Yeah, that's correct. Relic victory is enabled. That would be hilarious.
Fourth relic coming in to the bank. And that's
But he doesn't.
all the attack bonus he can get.
Indeed, and he doesn't know about the fifth relic. It's just outside of his scouting.
So he probably just assumes that Anton picked it up somewhere. Well, if he doesn't see the monastery.
And indeed, he is going for Elite Skirmisher with Bodkin Arrow and going Imperial Age, so...
Yeah, good choice. Adding in some skirmishers there. I agree with Knight of St. John, he should have done this a little bit sooner.
We also
Many
see
outposts
that
being built.
Antocalyptica is going for supplies and arson, so he's going for longswords. I mean, that would counter the skirms, but that gets heavily countered by the knights, especially the +6 attack knights. So I'm not too sure that that's the best move.
Jolatis also has built enough outposts so that he can see across the entire width of the map.
That is
So,
indeed quite
No
massive.
surprise raids coming in.
Indeed. I'm not a fan of that castle. I don't know about you.
Well, it's on a hill and it's guarding stone and gold mines.
Yes, but you could have also just built it like on the hill southwest-ish of Antocalyptica's base, and then would put more pressure and also protect the gold there. A bit more aggressive.
Both players in imp, both players queuing like crazy. Cavalier is almost in.
Blade Barding armor also almost in. So these are really tanky Cavalier. 12 plus 6. I think fully upgraded Yes, fully upgraded paladins for the Lithuanians, because they are missing Blast Furnace, so the last damage upgrade. I think they're on par with fully upgraded Frankish paladins. Like they kind of stalemate each other. And then obviously the Teuton paladin with their extra melee armor wins.
Obviously.
Obviously. See, this is why I'm not a big fan of trying to counter spikes with skirms. Like, you mix in a couple longswords and they just kind of absorb all the damage. So
Yeah,
I think a forward
you force the
castle
enemy
would-
to make longswords. So
I mean, if we have a look at this, it doesn't seem like it's doing too bad. Oh, but Jolatis is going for Onager. There are a couple of mangonels already in the siege workshop.
that's a nice one.
And Antocalyptica is not responding. Yeah.
3 onagers at the go.
The onagers indeed. And yeah, Antocalyptica securing that forward hill with his own castle. Ballistics coming in for Jolatis, trying to make sure that the castle doesn't miss. That was just a free onager.
Yeah, bad luck.
Okay, that trap should actually...
And here comes Jolatis at the right hand side with the light cav raid. And there's some swordsmen waiting.
No, they're just gonna run straight through. They got one hit and that's it.
A few cavalier already in the base.
Indeed. And if we have a look, the Eco KD, like 27 villagers already killed by Jolatis. Versus 2. I mean, he doesn't really have a good reply to the composition of champion plus pikeman. So he's being slowly pushed back, but I don't think it matters because he's just killing the eco.
Yeah, they're in the wood line.
They are in woodline indeed, and they're just having fun there.
And Antocalyptica has a champion in his northernmost town center. So the town center doesn't fire arrows.
Indeed. Oh, but now champions are making their way to the north.
I wonder what happens when the villagers chopping wood cross each other. Who will notice first?
Based on how things have been going, I think it might be Jolatis who notices first.
A castle from Jolatis being denied.
I mean, Antocalyptica has been reduced to 80 villagers and none are in the queue. I think murder holes might be a good choice here for Jolatis.
And the castle will go up.
Murder holes being
castle.
researched indeed. And Anton giving the GG.
Wow. I really wanted to see what happened when the overchop hit.
That would have been quite interesting to see indeed. But yeah.
So it's 2-2?
It is 2-2 indeed.
And they're keeping us on their toes.
So now it's Sokolka or Hideout. Also, just so people know, let's have a look at the stats of this game. So the villager max reached by Antocalyptica was only 107, which for him is a little bit on the low side. 126 for Jolatis. But yeah, his current villager total was only 79. Those devastating raids that he did not spot. Quite painful. Military-wise, the kill-to-loss ratio was actually quite in favor of Jolatis, so trading really well. And if you look at the resources, almost 13,000 resources more gathered by Jolatis during the course of this game, so he definitely had the eco advantage.
Yeah, when you both boom, you really need to boom well.
Indeed, and it seems like Jolatis has this under control a little bit more than Antocalyptica, at least for this game. Also, let's notice that the way the games have been progressing, it's Anton, Jolatis, so obviously it will now be an Anton game again. So Contra or Hideout?
I'm hoping for Hideout now, so Contra can, and so we can finish with 2 Regicide games.
I'm still waiting for the first King Snipe, because in all the tournaments there has never been a victory through a King Snipe. Which is a little bit of a shame.
Yeah.
But let's have a look. Antocalyptica has remaining civs, Saracens, Teutons, Khmer, and Mayans. Jolatis has Aztecs, Spanish, Berbers, and Mongols. They both have some really strong civs that they can still start using. Like, generally speaking, Khmer and Mayans are considered top tier. Aztecs are all around considered one of the best civilizations. And especially on a map like Yucatan, I think Mongols are nothing to sneeze at all.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know
think
which.
maybe Saracens on Hideout. If you pick Hideout, I would think Saracens or Teutons.
I think it probably matters what Antocalyptica thinks Jolatis will pick. What would you pick on Hideout as Jolatis? You would not go Mongols with Yucatan remaining. So I would go
Spanish, maybe.
I would maybe go Spanish. He could, in that case, go for a castle age only special rule.
Yeah, but that rule has already been used.
By him or by I think by Antocalyptica.
But
Oh,
does it matter? Because I thought each rule could only occur once in every matchup.
no, each player can only invoke a rule once, and only one rule per map. A 10-minute break. Okay. Oh, and Sunesi Twitch is informing us there will be no living with the Dutch for a while because Verstappen did it. Oh god. So I actually have to go consult my own rule book, but I'm fairly sure the way I phrased it was that you are free to
Ah, yeah, okay. I can see it in the rule book as well.
once each series, each player can change some of the rules. Each game may only have one special rule invoked, so no. Jolatis is free to pick Spanish and then impose a castle age only limit, which is quite powerful because if he manages to get up to conquistadors, that is a quite powerful unit with a lot of mobility.
Also, now that Verstappen has won, I think we can expect Tim to be back any minute, any moment now.
Well, Tim might be back, or he might be out partying. We don't know.
True. Yeah. When you speak of the devil, you see its tail.
And its tail is called Tim, but Tim has muted himself. Well, while we wait for Tim to find the unmute button, yeah, we were talking about possible selections, probably hideout. At least I would expect Anto to pick hideout here. And then what civilization? I think I mentioned before. I think he should try to guess what Jolatis might pick and then try to counter that. It might be Spanish. I think he would save Aztecs for Socotra because it's just extremely aggressive. So then it's Spanish or Berbers. Then I think it would be Berbers.
Yeah.
And yeah, I agree with your initial assessment. Saracens might not be a bad pick with their camels and their marketplace to get a quick boost into Castle Age.
Because I mean, apart from Aztecs, I think all Jolatis civs have some kind of cavalry focus in one way or another.
Yes. Well, you could also go for Teutons here. With their extra melee armor on the pikes. So they would last a little bit longer. and especially with the buffs that have been given to longswords, we've already seen, even though he lost the confrontation because Jolatis started raiding in the north with his light cav, we saw that the combination of pikes and longswords was actually working quite well for Antocalyptica to start a push.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think especially combined with wood savings you get with the cheaper farms, that's a very viable option for the Teutons. So, yeah. I mean, I was memeing
You,
a little bit
you
in the
just want to see
beginning.
Teutons played.
I'm not even hiding it. I've never hidden it. I will admit, in the beginning of the stream, I was memeing a bit. But now I'm not joking that much anymore.
It's a shame that Land Madness was banned because that still leaves the possibility for a decider game, Berbers versus Teutons on Land Madness.
That would have been funny. If that had happened, I would have allowed the players the choice. If you want, you can start on Empire Wars. Because that would have just been way too funny to let that go. But yeah, also by now, Tim, you are still muted. I'm not sure if you are trying to do something about that or not, but just so you know. Yeah. Yeah. Tim has taken a vow of silence. He probably doesn't want to expose us to the background noise that is Utrecht, or sorry, Leiden, not Utrecht, Leiden, after Verstappen has become champion. Lost his voice from all the Formula One screaming. That is a very real possibility.
I also don't need to selectively mute myself every so often because all my pepernoten are finished.
I'm happy you've had your snacks. As you can probably see on the camera, all I've been doing is enjoying a nice, by now cold cup of tea. The trick is enough honey. Uh, Now it would actually be okay. So we have probably decided it's most likely going to be Hideout, Saracens or Teutons versus Spanish or Berbers.
Well, we have
Is
2
there
minutes left on the 10-minute clock.
is there a historical equivalent that we could have a look at? This is like when it would be handy to have somebody who actually knows history.
Well, we missed two Civ combinations that we still have to look up.
Being? Yeah. Sorry.
Because 4 games have been played.
Mhm.
Last one was Aftermath. So the Persian and the Japanese we need to look up.
True.
Oh, look at that. There's a Wikipedia article, Iranians in Japan. That's most likely demographics and not
That is
military
indeed.
history.
There's a migration history. Well, it also depicts some migration history. Dating all the way back to the 7th century CE, which I just looked it up, is the Common Era, which is in accordance to the Julian calendar. So why the Wikipedia article specified CE is a little bit okay. But yeah, apparently there was at that time a Persian official living and working in Japan. They have found records of this. So there was indeed quite a bit of contact already in like the early Middle Ages. But if we add war history, I can't easily find any military history for the Persians versus the Japanese, so unless somebody finds something else,
And
I
I think the
don't
Lithuanians
think.
and the Malians also never really met.
As we have noticed, I think that is good luck for the Malians, because that was not nice.
Alright, so Knight of St. John thinks that Saracens will make an appearance.
Connector votes
Well,
Khmer. Yeah, it's both are strong civilizations. Might also be good to consider what civs should Antocalyptica save for the other maps.
yeah, so 2 regicide maps remain if Hydus will be picked.
Mm-hmm.
Tim will be delighted if he can once
ever
again
manages
talk.
to unmute himself. I think that Antocalyptica might be saving Mayans for the Yucatan game. And while I fill this time in between with a little bit of idle banter, I'm also
We
looking
have
up
a new game.
the new game indeed.
It's not Hideout. It's
It's
Socotra.
Socotra.
And you're
Well,
gonna be happy, Wouter.
Is it time? Is it time? Is it
It's an
time?
infantry war. Teutons versus Aztecs.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Just in time for Socotra, I hear.
Yes.
Yes, yes.
And you will see the rise of the superior civilization.
Oh, Teutons.
Teutons. Teutons versus Aztecs.
All right. For those interested in Formula One, Max Verstappen is world champion.
We know.
Okay.
Okay, so it turns out that Nightbot has timed out Knight of St. John for 5 seconds for spamming in all caps. Sorry, I can't control Nightbot. I mean, I can, but I don't know how. Okay, well, I mean, Anton should win this.
Ooh, here come. Ooh,
Oof.
a king
Oof.
being attacked by a scout. Jolatis' king being attacked by Antocalyptica scout.
Yeah. That king has been beaten back a little bit. Oh. Almost a chance for Jolatis to go lane all the deer, well, not deer, all the goats of Antocalyptica. Noticed just in time that the goat was not really under the town center. I typed Teutons in all caps. Yeah. I should really look at the settings of Nightbot. After all this hype, let's see if the Teutons are worth it. They are. If they lose, it's because Antocalyptica doesn't know how to play them.
Just a question, actually. I think the Aztecs are a monk civ, right?
Yes.
Can you convert a king and
No.
win the game
No.
that way?
No.
Oh,
Kings, just like heroes, castles, and town centers, cannot be converted.
too bad.
Indeed. Actually, we considered something, didn't consider something, but we've seen on the last couple Sokotra games, like if you manage to tower the opponent's resources, that's a major pain in the butt. And Teutons have extra garrison capacity in their towers. So going for a tower rush here might not be such a bad plan. And a barracks being constructed by Antocalyptica. Unfortunately, immediately spotted by Jolatis. Jolatis' towers didn't do anything versus you. Yes, but your towers against Pew Pew Panda did give him some PTSD. Several visits to a psychologist. Terrible, terrible.
With one tower, I think you can shield 1 gold, 1 stone, and the 2 berry bushes, if you place it correct.
Yeah, this whole forward area is quite painful. Oh, and Jolatis is building a house surrounding his tower. Giving it a little wall, making it less likely that there's some nasty infantry going to break it down and kill his king. I mean, I like the mind games that Antocalyptica is obviously playing. Like, he made sure that Jolatis could see that he was building a barracks and then just didn't use it.
Well, you need the barracks eventually.
That is true.
Also fully walling up.
Yeah, he's actually quite safe.
Well, the wood lines at the left of his base help a lot.
True. Very true. Also, there's a danger of quickly over-chopping near his lumber camp.
Jolatis is also walling, but leaving just enough room for a mill.
Indeed.
Ah, no, not a mill, he's just adding more wall.
Well, he can still place a mill near his berries. Yeah, Antocalyptica bringing in the loo. Also making nice use of the reduced farm cost for the Teutons, already on 2 farms. And going to feudal now. So that's about 2 minutes behind Jolatis, but I don't think that will be any issue.
He also already has... Oh no, the village just started building a house. I'm gonna say already more than 30 seconds. Well, maybe just 30 seconds. It was like a village just standing.
Yeah.
To a house, and that was it.
And the scout, the Eagle Scout, has been beaten back. Even with the downhill bonus, Scout has been reduced to half HP, but the Eagle is gone.
Yeah, Jolatis going for the ranged. The ranged
Not a bad,
attack.
not a bad plan. You know that they heavily counter the infantry that the Teutons are famous for, but especially in Castle Age or Feudal Age, their archery range is perfectly fine. They do miss Bracer and Thumb Ring, so long term they're not the greatest. But there is no issue there whatsoever at the moment.
I think at the moment it looks like they're both going for the turtle approach.
Yeah, this is...
Turtling
we
on
expect
Socotra.
Socotra. Yeah, we expect Socotra to be a little bit more adventurous.
All the previous times we saw one person turtling and one fully attacking. This
But
time they're
now
both turtling.
Yeah, we have two boomers.
Finally adding an archer.
What do you mean finally adding an archer?
Ah, I missed the 5 that were already created. My apologies. And I'm supposed to be the one looking at the minimap, right?
Yes, but we have the advantage of Capture Age just showing us the units on top.
Ah,
So-
yes. I'm
Yeah.
just a simple plebeian watching in-game.
Me too.
But I always know where the kings are.
That is a big advantage here. Okay, and now there's an advanced party of 7 archers going forward, but they don't have fletching yet, so they don't do that much damage. Also, they're going to realize that there's no way inside.
Yes, while Anton is comfortably on his way to Castle Age.
Yeah. And he's even preparing for the possibility that they're breaking through the wall by just house walling, making sure that his tower can take care of that. Oh, now is the time to garrison villagers. Yeah. So aside from a couple seconds of idle eco time, Jolatis has not done much.
I'm wondering though where Antocalyptica is going to put the second TC.
Yeah, there is not much room for expansion. Well, there never is on
It's
Socotra.
Socotra. And then another defensive tower. I like this. I like it. Fletching still not in for Jolatis. Does he have a blacksmith? He does. So
He does.
Teuton tower defense. And then Castle Age. Immediately knights being produced. He should really ungarrison his 8 villagers in the tower though. Oof. Immediately the second level of armor as well.
He did so straight after you said it. Maybe he's stream sniping.
There's a, I think 1 minute spec delay here, so
Ah, okay. I also didn't expect them to do it, but
and then a second stable being added by Antocalyptica, so we're going for 2 stable knight production for a bit. Okay, finally fletching came in for Jolatis.
but still not going to Castle Age.
Still not going to Castle Age, he's missing quite a lot of food still. And I think once Antocalyptica gets up to like 4 knights, he really needs to go forward and start doing damage. I think 2 knights was a little bit too early.
Yes.
Should get a little bit of a bigger ball of knights going. And Jolatis clicking up to castle now, but that's 2.5 minutes still before he's there. That's 2.5 minutes of knight production that Antocalyptica has. With like a market being added now so that he can balance his economy a little bit. Some skirmishers as defense, I don't mind. The knights going to the eastern side, trying to find a way in there. But they see that it's fully walled, so they know that it's... Oh, he's trying to get through on those walls.
Siege workshop.
Forward siege workshop. Well, forward. It's Sokota, so everything is forward, basically.
The knights keep on coming.
I like it. He's on 6 knights right now. Especially supported by the forward siege, like a couple of scorpions or a mangonel. That will be really strong. Especially with already the chain barding armor. Making these knights super tanky against archer fire. He could also benefit from bloodlines though. 20 HP extra, that does a lot. Yeah, and then a mangonel coming out for Antocalyptica. And now he's pushing forward with his knights. Ooh, and he did not manage to quick wall.
This will be a little bit painful.
This will be very painful indeed.
Oof. My god, no, just taking down a single villager.
Mangonel snipe indeed.
Botkin is coming in, an Eagle Warrior as well.
But I think the flood of knights is not something that eagles can handle.
No.
I think he might have to switch into some pikes in order to counter this, but let's be honest, how can you counter Teutons? Oof. Just look at the damage that Knight Raid is doing. Okay, now he needs to micro his knights a little bit more, because now they're going to get picked off by the crossbows, but...
Look at that villager difference though.
I know, 13 eco kills already, 14...
And Antocalyptica has not yet added a second town center.
That's the power of the 1 PC push. Like, this is what you can do.
To have a 20 villager lead.
Yeah. Scorpion being added. I like it as extra defense against the archers. Meanwhile, the barracks, the single... Oh no, there's another barracks in the back. But that is a pretty big hole that he's knocking in the wall. Skirm going forward. Well, being on the front line anyways. Antocalyptica also going heavy on stone, so we might see a castle drop in the near future, I think. Well, that's one barracks down. Oh. They paused the game.
think Jolatis is currently getting info from his advisors. How can I still counter this? Or turn this around?
Well, there's one strategy here. It's called Alt F4.
I mean, I would be very surprised if he brings this back. I mean, King Snipe is still possible. Petars is the way to go.
Yes.
Yeah, but... Okay, no, he has 2 stone tiles in his base, so he could go for it, but... It would be very, very tricky to do so. Yeah, I have the impression that Antocalyptica has kind of stalled his push in order to gather a lot of stone. So
Yeah, he's not finishing this before he gets the castle drop on the hill there.
yeah, and indeed he's keeping an eye on his stone mine. Sees that the single tile is being overmined, and then just sends a bunch to another stone mine. Meanwhile, gently chipping away at the wall by Jolatis. Now the only problem is he is getting quite a large amount of Eagle Warriors. So he has to make sure that... Okay.
And there's the castle.
There is the castle.
I was for sure hoping that he would put it on the hill there.
Now he has to make sure that he defends this well with knights. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
it's GG.
That might become a GG. Like there's... Yeah. Wiped out all the military.
And there we go.
And there we go. What did I tell you? Teutons, the superior civilization.
Well, they now have a 100% win rate.
Of course they do. What else would they have? It's Teutons. That's yeah. It was mentioned as bribery. Stop tooting your own horn. I like that one. All right. So we have a 3-2. So the players are really well matched. And now we go to Yucatan. Yeah, I think it's a fairly no-brainer for Jolatis to pick Mongols here.
This is again Regicide, right?
Yes. Our
Yucatan
final
is
chance
indeed
for a King Snipe.
regicide.
Yeah. All right.
And I think it might be Mongols
against...
versus Mayans.
Oh, I was gonna say Saracens.
That's also an option. What do you think, Joe Nasty?
I agree with Mongols. But then I'm not sure about Antocalyptica. Mayans could be a great pick there. If only for the home map advantage.
True. And then we would get a Elkron versus Pedrak Delta rematch.
Yes.
But then with slightly higher seeded players.
No, but we have seen one hole on Yucatan and the game is over.
True, true.
Oh.
It also depends for Antocalyptica. Do you, if you have a great civ in mind for hideout, you might want to keep that one in case it goes to a 3/3,
True.
Yes,
True.
or do you want to pick something you're absolutely comfortable with and just finish it right here and there?
I think he's saving Khmer for hideout.
Khmer is a good hideout civ. Like the ability to safely boom away is great with Khmer. Although you could also go for extreme aggression with them. That would actually be a better choice, I think, on hideouts. Like, it's typically seen as somewhat of a booming map, but if you manage to get some really quick aggression out, you can save a lot of time by not needing to build the barracks and just go for straight archers. You can get you can really catch your opponent off guard. And once you get like 5-6 archers with fletching, the palisade gates just don't stop you anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it might be Khmer on hideout might indeed be the play that he's aiming for. And then it's just a matter of seeing what does he want to do on Yucatan with Mayans or Saracens. Considering the fact there's so much food, you probably won't get much of a benefit from the Saracen market. Then again, they do have the camels, which kind of counter cav archers.
Were there actually already any special rules?
Yes, on Aftermath, Antocalyptica called in the rule that feudal age only.
Feudal only. Okay.
Yes. So the map was picked by Jolatis, Antocalyptica imposed the rule, and Antocalyptica lost.
Wow. Good shot.
He went for humans against Jolatis' Tatars, and he made the incorrect choice of going for the second town center,
So
and Jolatis just ran over him.
the Tatars keep 100% win rate.
Yes.
Tatars do indeed keep their 4 out of 4 all on the same map. And we are eagerly awaiting the players starting a new game.
Yeah, it might be they need a toilet break. Also necessary.
Also necessary indeed. So let's fill the air a little bit. Tim, tell us, how was the Formula One?
Crazy. It started with so Max at pole position, Lewis Hamilton was second. So in case you didn't know, they were both equal in points. So whoever finished first in this race won the whole championship. At the first corner, Max didn't start very well, so Lewis took over, was first. I just drove away, basically. Then good pit strategy, but still how many seconds behind? 7 seconds behind. Then there was a virtual safety car, which is that one of the other cars crashed, and then they can have a pit stop for 14 seconds because everyone has to drive or lower their speed with 40%. So then a pit stop is only 14 seconds instead of 22. Anyway, in the end, Lewis was about to win, but then 5 laps before the end, there was another virtual safety car. And that lasted 4 laps, and there was only 1 lap to race. And then the stewards made some really crazy decision, which allowed them to start like straight after each other. And then it was 1 lap racing against each other, and whoever won the lap won the race and won the championship. And so Lewis started the lap first, but Max overtook halfway, and then just barely defended and came over the finish line with approximately 1 second difference.
That is quite the thriller.
It was quite a nail biter, yeah.
Well, speaking of thrillers, guys, the Yucatan game is about to start.
All right.
Indeed, in 15 seconds. I have not looked in the Age of Empires client, so I don't know which civs it is.
Then I'll keep it a surprise for you.
Thank you. I will already prepare the sheet with the wins.
Looks like one of us was right in their predictions.
Mayans versus Mongols.
So it was not me.
It's a replay of the Elkron versus Pedrak Delta game. Let's hope that Jolatis does not have the same walling strategy that Pedrak Delta displayed. Yeah, you can see why Mongols is such a strong pick here. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 deer and 2 boars for each player. Sorry, 3 boars for each player. So the Mongols getting, I think, 30 or 33% quicker gathering from huntables is a really big bonus here. On the other hand, I think Mayans, correct me if I'm wrong, I think all their resources last 15% longer.
Yes.
So that also gives us a lot more food. Like, they already get a lot of food from all the hunt that is available here, but then they get even 15% more than that. So it's a quantity versus speed argument that's going on here. And if you look at the maps, Antocalyptica really lucked out. Like, the mill can be built quite close to the berries and also has access to all of this deer here. So that's a really optimal location.
I like, by the way, that the kings have their own skin depending on the civ.
Yeah.
Indeed.
The Mayan one looks really fancy.
Let's have a zoom in on the fancy, well, cloak is all we can see right now of the Mayan king.
Come on, Anton, turn him around.
Come on, move, scout. Scout with your king. The Mongol king just fled into his castle.
Yeah, that's a pattern we've seen quite often. Jolatis always puts his king away before Antocalyptica. Well,
I mean,
the Mayan king is also in the castle, but...
Yeah. With a Quetzal headpiece. Yeah, it's them be fancy kings. And Antocalyptica and Jolatis going to feudal, and just look at the food that Jolatis has. Like, he clicked feudal and he already has 700 food in the bank.
So it might be a fast castle, at least if he goes to gold now.
Oh yeah. I think this is indeed a fast castle. Like, with Mongols, you already have a castle, so you can immediately start Mongolite production. It's a really good strategy. And yeah, 3 on gold. He might have to balance a little bit more, like maybe send up to 5 villagers in total to gold in order to get to the 200 gold you need immediately. But yeah, this is going to be...
There's also some extra berries hidden behind the castle. I just noticed.
Yeah, indeed, a couple more berry bushes. Both hitting virtually the same feudal age timing.
Jolatis getting his buildings done and then clicking up.
Yeah,
Antocalyptica
archery
going.
range and blacksmith for Antocalyptica.
Scout of Jolatis casually standing in the back of Antocalyptica's base.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, building the blacksmith with one villager is...
No, he's having a nice chat with the Eagle Scout.
timing is just good.
Correct. They're not attacking each other. Oh, now they are.
Now they are. Oof. And the scout gets kind of trapped. Well, an attempt at trapping the scout at least. But the scout escapes safely. And both going to castle. Antocalyptica also following up with horse collar and double bit axe. So his economy is going to be really good. Same reaction on the other side. Never mind.
Well, we wouldn't expect anything else from these two.
Ooh. True. The one downside of Mangudai is that they are ridiculously expensive to fully upgrade. You need, they are cav archers, so an essential upgrade is the thumb ring that you get in the archery range. But you also need husbandry, you need bloodlines, so you need a stable. You need fletching, you need bodkin, so it's an expensive unit to get going, but
Once you have
once
them,
you do, there is
that was,
that
by the
classic
way,
joke.
really far boar lure by Jolatis. The boar was near the lake.
That was indeed a very far ball lure. Second town center. Are they just sharing builds at the moment? Because they're doing the exact same thing.
Yeah. Both adding Bosa.
Oh, heavy plow for Jolatis,
But Mangudai are being created.
obviously. Problem is, his eco is not really set up to get them to their full potential just yet, so we're gonna have to wait a little bit.
Third town center going down.
Again, both players.
I think they're in the same chat.
Hang on. Okay, so Antocalyptica building with 3 villagers. Jolatis is building with 3 villagers. How? Are they sharing? Also, can we agree that this just looks like a gorgeous walling of Jolatis' base? Like, his woodlines just protect everything.
And he's plugging every hole.
Indeed. While, if we have a look at Antocalyptica, there's like a 1-tile gap near the castle with the house. I mean, it is guarded by the castle, agreed.
The Mangudai are having a look.
Mangudai are having a little look-see.
Oh, turned back just in time. Ah, killing the deer.
And now there's... Oh, there was some eco-idle time on the berries for Antocalyptica.
way, Jonas, we have a fan in chat.
Yeah, at least there was some action. The Persians versus the Huns.
Every game where you see Persian war elephants is a good game.
Both kings still safe in their castles.
Yeah.
I think they're first gonna hit imp before any real attacking happens.
I mean, Jolatis doesn't even have fletching yet.
Here come the crossbows.
And there go the
And
Mangudai.
that's how you deal with 2 Mangudai.
Boomer's taking it slow. Yeah, indeed, it's... Where's the action? I want my money back. Just kidding, I didn't put any money in.
In the end, it's gonna be a full-on trap war.
If it really goes to the siege... I think I kind of favor Mongols in the end game, to be honest.
Once you get the rams going,
Drill rams are just insane. They go so quickly. Okay, wheelbarrow coming in for Jolatis. Second archery range for Antocalyptica. Second barracks.
Jolatis setting a stable.
I think that's just preparation for a monastery. Okay, he
Yes,
might go pick up the relic.
Yucatan can take a while. You might want to grab a relic when you can.
That is true, it can take a while.
Is Relic Victory on?
Yes, it's standard. Which is why in the matchup between Antocalyptica and Jonasty, Antocalyptica felt he was so overpowered he had no choice but to go for a wonder victory.
Antocalyptica seems to be going for a mix of crossbows and plumes with some eagles thrown in. He's going for the canonical Mayan build.
Yeah, currently it looks like, unless there are a lot of production
He was also,
building.
this was just a misclick, but also adding some spearmen, so I thought he was just going full AI. Oh, I didn't catch it, but if there's like a one tile... Oh, this is a very dangerous barracks. If this barracks at the edge of the map, between the trees. If you get an unfortunate spawn, your unit might get stuck behind the trees.
Doesn't that depend on where you set your gather point? Doesn't it exit the way you set your gather point?
It should, but if it's blocked, then it tries to find a way around it. But yeah, it's good that you remember to set a gather point, otherwise it might be very unfortunate.
Jolatis going for
Nomads,
Nomad
making sure
in.
he doesn't get housed.
First relic is in.
Indeed. Still no fletching. Still no bloodlines. I think he's not going Mangudai.
What's the special technology? Oh, nomads. Oh yeah.
Bloodline scale barding armor. I think he might just be going straight CA. Not CA. Hussar.
He is sending out a single villager forward.
For
to
more
make
stables. Okay, now he starts fletching.
I really like on the left part of his base, his triple layer house wall.
Yes,
Mhm.
making sure he's never housed.
And with nomads, that's
It's gonna
probably
stay
going
that
to be
way.
the case. Indeed.
I thought it was gonna be the fat slop tactic.
The fat
mean,
slop house wall.
I mean, the fat stop tactic would be the house walls a little bit more forwards.
We have
Yeah,
a
I
small
think he has enough space. In
have a
his
small
current base.
expansion of Jolatis' base with a castle.
Mm-hmm.
More mango dye.
Indeed, going up to
And in
a couple of Mangudai now. Conscription. Haven't seen Thumbring yet. Jonassi, can you or Tim, can you quickly check in game to see if that's been researched yet?
if what has been researched?
Thumbring for Jolatis.
I first have to find an archery range. Currently I only see stables. And a barracks.
You should be able to see it in just the tech tree.
It's
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Sweet.
oh.
I
Elite
really
Mangudai
wanted
is coming in. Meanwhile, the army by Antocalyptica is coming forward. He's got...
Thumbring has not been researched.
Yeah, that's gonna be painful. He doesn't have enough on gold. Frantically house walling.
And another
Adding a
castle.
second castle there.
Yay. I think a forward castle. Yes.
Forward castle of Antocalyptica.
Still just light cap. Ooh.
Yeah, and chain barding armor is coming in. I don't know, it feels to me that Antocalyptica is firmly in the driver's seat, even though score says 2000 score difference.
It's actually happening.
Yeah, that was when Antocalyptica came forward. Forward Siege Workshop by Antocalyptica. Light Cav and Elite Mangudai being added. More stables being built by... Oh. Okay, no, there's one tile there. Racer coming in, but still no Thumbring.
Oh, but I didn't see an archery range to make Thumbring.
Oh, that as well, yeah.
He's got like an insane amount of stables, but I didn't see an archery range.
I mean, that's... Oh, that's gonna be painful once he realizes that.
Should make sure that his blacksmith doesn't end up lost.
forging. I mean, that's all great and all, but like, Jolatis, you're kind of throwing here. Yeah, the Eagle Moss handily deals with the light cap.
First
Trap war going
Oh,
on.
no. Double trap on the other side.
Yeah, but they're triple trap, I think. Oh no, that's a house wall foundation. Another castle. Ooh, don't take that fight. Don't fight under the castle. Chemistry coming in. He gets all the ticks. Ballistics has also already been researched, but Thumb Ring is so essential for Cav archers. Like, not only does it increase your accuracy to 100%, it also makes your Cav archers fight faster, so it's quite essential. Meanwhile, the Mayan king is still safe in his castle. Jonasty, can we have a quick update on where the Mongol king is? Hello?
Yeah, I also don't hear Jonas anymore.
Oh, Jonasty has left the chat. That explains it.
That could explain, yeah.
He's also offline on Discord, so I think he might be having some internet issues, connection
Okay.
problems.
If you tell me the hotkey for the king, then I can also find him.
There is no hotkey.
Oh.
You should have.
I should
Yeah,
have
Ray by
hotkey
Jolatis indeed.
in the beginning, like at the control group or something.
Yeah, indeed. Now
Yeah.
there's a massive raid going on, and I don't think that Antocalyptica notices it.
I will go look to the king.
Meanwhile, the push by Antocalyptica is slowly being halted. And I think this might be a large enough mass of light cav that we can take down the traps. Eventually.
I think actually the king might be somewhere in the middle of the playing field, because he's definitely not in any building, from what I can see.
Oh, oh! He hit his king next to the back pond.
Ah, okay.
But in the meantime, Antocalyptica has been reduced to 65 villagers. And he's losing his castle on the front line to just a bunch of hussar. So that's not going too great there. I still don't see any archery range for Jolatis, so yeah, Antocalyptica losing his forward here. The raid has been cleaned up, but his eco is in shambles. He has to really boom massively.
I mean, looking at the play of Jolatis at the moment, here I would be proud.
Oh! Jolatis has constructed an archery range somewhere. And he's researching thumb ring.
Before the end of the game.
Indeed, before the end of the game, miracles happen. And now he's going forward, getting the raid on. Combination of light cap and Mangudai is just making short work of these eagles. 2 traps, starting to take down the castle as well.
I also can't find where the king of Antocalyptica is.
In the castle. And Antocalyptica calls it GG.
Oh, but I didn't see the flag. Anyway.
And it's 3-3. Yeah, the flag is kind of hidden by the university next to it.
Okay.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow.
Alright, so it will also be a decider here.
Indeed. And decider is going to be Hideout. So it's either Spanish or Khmer versus Saracens or Khmer versus Spanish or Berbers.
I think Khmer Berbers. That's my guess.
I think it might be Spanish. Yeah, the big mistake was that he didn't notice the raid. Yeah, absolutely. Also the fact, well, maybe if he had walled, he would have noticed in time that there was a raid going on. But yeah, his Antocalyptica's base was just wide open. And then they did so much eco damage. Just that one raid with a light cav. Yeah, I keep switching away from this a bit too early, but if we have a look at statistics, yeah, villager max was higher for Jolatis, only had 3 villagers killed, and then about 60 villagers kills, 65 villager kills for Jolatis. So that's a really big difference. You can notice the raid coming in right around
Indeed.
here.
And almost no army all the way for Jolatis. And then suddenly like a steep rise.
Yep, indeed. And that was actually a really good hold. If he hadn't managed to hold back Antocalyptica with his forward push, that would have been quite painful. I think it was also a big investment, like he built 3 siege workshops, and I don't remember seeing any siege units roll out. Yeah, if you look at those times, this is why, Yucatan has so many resources. It's like a 7-minute fuel time, 11-minute castle time. It's just so much food that you get that it's a really big boost. Only the one relic, 555 gold, but like 20k more resources gathered by Jolatis. So that's, yeah, well played by both players. Very well played. Okay, so
Setting up for the last. I also saw that somewhere in the chat someone said Jonasti logged back into Discord.
He's logging back into Discord, but I think he's still having connection issues because I don't see him. He's online now, so he might be joining the casting again any moment. Yeah, I'm really happy that it's such a close matchup between Antocalyptica and Jolatis.
Yeah.
It's a really exciting 7-game series. Like going all the way 3-3, nicely trading off, and then
The stress will be enormous.
I imagine so. I imagine so.
I mean, this is going to decide who gets 1 liter of Fristi.
That is quite the price indeed. It's with such an incentive online, both players will be at the top of their game. And luckily, we have the Joe Nasty exclusion rule, banning the use of Capture the Relic Khmer hideouts.
Yeah. Imagine that was the last game.
That would be rather anticlimactic, I think. So, yeah. You know, professional casters would be able to say something to fill up this dead time in between games.
Yeah, but normally they just talk about their own experiences and stories about how they did some stupid build one time. Uh, they tell all kinds of related and unrelated Age of Empires stories, but it's not like I played that much. I mean,
And
we
it's
can
not
talk
as if
about the penguin we found, but
the penguin. Oh, speaking of a penguin, hello, Jonasti.
I think I'm back. My internet decided I wasn't meant to see the end of the Yucatan game.
Well, I'm very sorry you missed it. It was quite nice. Jolatis just completely fended off the forward from Antocalyptica. In the meantime, he snuck a bunch of Hussar into Antocalyptica's base, and he didn't notice the raid until they had killed like 60 villagers.
Ah, that's too bad.
Yeah, and then he took down the forward castle with his Hussars, took out all the siege workshops, and he was now assaulting the base itself, and Antocalyptica just called it GG. Which does mean that, unfortunately, even though we have put in regicide games, we
no
have not
kings.
seen a single king being killed.
Too bad.
I I have to admit, it makes me a little bit sad. Like 3 maps in every series that could have been picked with a king, and not a single king died. However, the good news for the next edition, I think we have a worthy substitute for regicide games, supplied by our very own Joe Nasty.
Oh, yes, that's a great game mode.
What's a great game mode? No, no,
It,
no, not what you're talking about. I know
oh,
what you
okay.
think. No, no, no. We're not gonna put that in the Fristi Cup 2.
I mean,
No, no.
would be nice,
The
right? Where everyone just gets spammed out of the castle, like.
that would be maybe in the group stage if we have like more participants, but like for 1v1, that's no, no. The suggestion of Jonas. Well, we have Jonasty, so you can just tell us yourself.
Ah, the mirror thing.
Yes.
Ah, well, my idea was to add a game mode, mirror matchups, where the civs and the map are fixed. So, for example, the map step will be in the map pool, but whenever step is being played, both players have to pick Mongols. And if one of the players has Mongols in their draft, that doesn't use up their Mongols, so they can pick Mongols twice during a match. And this way we could make like 2 or 3 matchups that will be fixed. So if you really want to play a Hun war to see who's the best at playing Huns on Arabia, for example, you can do that.
That is indeed a very interesting idea. We still need to workshop to make sure that it's not as overpowered as, for example, the captured relic possibility with Khmer on hideouts. But I think it's a very interesting idea, which I would like to incorporate in a future edition. Also, I'm sorry, I kind of neglected chat for a bit. Yeah, everything indeed will be decided in the last round, and indeed, Jolatis still has a special rule available.
Ooh. What rule would you invoke here?
I mean, as Jolatis, I would not invoke Capture the Relic.
Yeah.
That's a
But-
given.
Sudden Death is a good one. Sudden Death is a really good one.
That is a good one. And then you should take Spanish, maybe, because the villagers are quite strong.
I mean, that's Imperial Age supremacy. That's kind of
Yeah,
late
but
to build up to.
also before, right? Don't they get extra HP?
No.
I mean, if it's sudden death, you can also play the long con and just go on until Imperial, hang on until Imperial, and then just onager cut for a quick victory.
That is indeed also an option. But I think with Spanish, it's
Yeah. Well, if that's your
just
strategy,
forward.
you will lose with Khmer, you will lose to Khmer.
Yeah. True, with the Ballista Elephant. But no, I think with Spanish, just forward castle drop and just get the castle up within range of the town center. And then there's nothing the other one can do.
The game is available, guys.
Okay.
All right.
Are we ready for the
Hide out.
decider?
My body is ready.
That's a fun matchup.
And is there any special rule?
Uh,
Don't see any.
don't think so. I'm sure the players will let us know if there's a special rule. And it's Spanish versus Khmer. Alright. Well, Khmer on hideout and it's not capture the relic. What? That's strange.
Let's see if Khmer keep their 100% win rate.
Yeah.
Also, I propose we pay extra special attention to deer luring in honor of Elkron.
Well, obviously. I mean, Elkron is in chat. We cannot allow any deer luring to go unnoticed.
I really like the very pointless gate for Jolatis' base.
Yes, that
Yes.
is.
Well, your wood line is walled immediately. And just as we talk about it, he deletes the gate.
Indeed. Anton going to try to boom, obviously, but Jolatis called it. Jolatis called what? Seems that chat has more information than we have.
Is there maybe a maximum age? Would it be like max feudal or something? Or max castle, I don't know.
I don't know. I'm checking the Discord, but
I'm checking in the objectives in game. I don't see any special rules. Standard victory, ending age standard, population limit 200.
The boom,
Sudden
so
death
Spanish will
mode.
pressure early. Yeah, okay. I mean,
Here we go. Jolatis blocking the gate with a single cow.
oh, focus on deer lore. Focus on
It's
deer lore.
happening, guys.
Yeah. Deer lure. Oh yeah, I'm zooming in on that deer action.
Ah.
Oh damn it. Okay,
We'll
try again.
I think the deer don't want to cooperate.
They don't like the cow.
They don't like the cow indeed. And now it's returning again. Let's have a quick look.
Antocalyptica really making sure he's got the right corner scouted.
Indeed, I think that might be Auto Scout. No deer luring action going on for Antocalyptica.
Third time's the charm.
Jolatis, not giving up.
Looking good. Ooh. Yes.
Yes, no. Deer is inside.
Yes.
Deer is there.
Take the cow away.
Okay, long distance deer. It's fine. It's fine. Ooh. But this focus has like, there's a single villager just above his town center.
Taking a whole cow, yeah.
Taking a whole cow. Timing wise, this could have been better, but I think it's all due to the stubbornness of the deer. And he just pulled his cow back. I think he's done trying to push any deer. Meanwhile, Antocalyptica is housed.
Yeah, I was going to say the exact same.
Severely housed. So he quickly switched to loom, but...
Four villagers to build a house.
He wanted the house to get up immediately.
Knight of St. John saying, this is content, indeed, this is content.
But it stays with one deer lore.
I think he learned his lesson. Only hardcore gamers like Elkron are able to deer lure. That is a very well-occupied cow with 10 villagers harvesting. Okay, and now they get split over the two cows.
And even with the time lost by the dealer, Jolatis is closer to discovering Antocalyptica than the other way around.
True. I take back my statement. That is not an auto scout by Antocalyptica. Oh god, the scout is near the deer. Is he going to push? No, he's not. So Jolatis is also housed at the moment, but he's going up, so at the moment he's not finding any downside of being at the
Antocalyptica is not
top
clicking
limit.
up despite having 160 fruit in reserve to click up.
I mean, he's going for a fast castle build, so...
Yeah, I think Jolatis is getting a nasty surprise when he hits Feudal Age and is immediately housed.
That will be nasty indeed, but...
Ah, no, there's a house.
I think Antocalyptica might not have the wood he needs to immediately plop down the two buildings he needs.
But they don't need buildings, Khmer.
Khmer don't need buildings, I completely forgot about that. This is why I co-cast with people, just so I don't forget any bonuses.
Well, you already know like 75% of them.
But it's the remaining 25% where you guys come in.
That's also an advantage of viewing in-game. I have this small tech tree when I hover over the Civ icon.
That is indeed a bonus.
Take that, Capture Age.
All I get when I hover is the name of a tick. Yeah. And indeed, let's see how many seconds does it take for him to queue castle. Immediate. So yeah, indeed, that's a really quick castle. Yeah, and Jolatis was slightly off as well with his wood count, so the market's only going up now.
Well, I don't think Jolatis will be much behind. He will pick very soon.
You can when you look at Antocalyptica's base, you can see the exact villager when he realized the farming bonus.
Yes, the one at the wood line. Overall, Jolatis only having 41 seconds of TC idle time. And having 2 villagers more, so... And
also
you notice
today,
that he's...
it
Yeah,
will
go
be
ahead.
decided who was the best in predicting.
True. Both players on stone, indeed. So it's going to be a castle drop from both players. Oh, Antocalyptica managed to not spot the villagers on the stone mine. But if he was aware enough to click on the stone mines to see what was remaining. Meanwhile, Jolatis is now scouting the outer perimeter of Antocalyptica's base. Unfortunately for Pew Pew Panda, I don't think we'll see any elephants, because the Khmer player immediately starts making knights.
The Khmer have more than one type of elephant, right?
That is true as well. And as predicted, Jolatis is going for a defensive castle. And while it's not the Sicilian bonus of castles being constructed twice as fast, the Spanish 30% faster building speed is making sure that that castle gets built in no time at all. Followed up with a barracks, probably for access to the stable, to complement the conquistadors with some light cav or knights. Wheelbarrow and gold mining coming in, and indeed the first conch is already rolling out.
Ooh, Antocalyptica going for the forward castle right on his base with knights to protect him.
Yeah, that is, well,
Ballsy.
Ballsy indeed. I think by that time there should be enough conchs to
Clean
at
up
least
the
make it
knights.
difficult. But I like that castle. It denies the stone inside, it denies the stone mine just outside.
The conchs have come out and are going the wrong way.
Yeah, that is painful. Let's see how quickly it does. Oh, he spotted it immediately. So the conchs still have some time to get back there. And the castle is at 60%.
Yeah, he realized the castle is going to go up, so
Yeah,
just
and
retreat.
he's retreating. Good choice, smart.
Ah, too bad for the one knight.
And then a blacksmith there, just for some upgrades indeed. Yeah, Antocalyptica has learned from his mistake. Town center on the gold for Jolatis.
Fletching coming in just in time.
Indeed. Just
Lock in
managing
on
to
the way.
catch some of the conks. But that was a good exchange. Like, he took down 2 villagers and didn't lose too much HP on the conks. But yeah, I think now is the time to really get that farm count up.
Antocalyptica is adding a
It's-
second town center.
Indeed,
So his night
on
production will suffer for a little while.
on the wood line, indeed. But Jolatis is in the meantime already on 3 TCs.
There's a hole next to the barracks.
It's fine. It's guarded by 8 conks. And now he gets it plugged with a house. It's fine. But good find.
Made this game looks a lot like the previous one. Because Antocalyptica is again going in the offensive. They're both booming. I think it will come down to who booms best behind
True.
their forces.
Antocalyptica almost has enough for a second castle.
Yeah.
And if you can add that one...
I do like how Jolatis is keeping his conks mobile. Like occasionally going back to snap a couple more villagers on the stone mine. Oh. Yeah, okay. And now a siege workshop coming up. And a stable being built on the side.
And Antocalyptica is almost ready to click up to Imperial.
Indeed. 40 food away, and just look at that Khmer bonus, just immediately ticking up all the food. And yep, he is up to Imperial. And now this raiding party. Oh no.
Price attack. Maybe he should.
Yeah, we see in Antocalyptica's base that he is using that Khmer bonus to the max, just plopping down a farm wherever he has space. And then a third TC in between the stone and the gold mine. I like it.
Yeah, to me it's strange that Jolatis has a 500 point score lead, while it feels like Antocalyptica has the upper hand.
That's based on the economy. He's got about 1,000 more resources collected. Let's not forget he is 15 villagers up.
Yeah.
Jolatis going forward with villagers. Well, to the corner.
Securing a safe outpost. Ooh, but there's some angry wolves. And unfortunately there's no TC to hide in that moment.
And now Antocalyptica really has to push. because if he allows Jolatis to also get to him,
The trap is already being created in the castle. Now might be a nice moment to sneakily delete a house and then just go forward and... Ooh. Did you see that trip hit? It just killed a villager in the field. Painful.
and at the moment I think the safest bet for Jolatis to still do something is go for the... Oh, there happens exactly what you said.
Yeah, and then... Bloink! There goes the trap.
Oh, and 3
Yeah.
minerals.
Now indeed, I think Jolatis should wait a little bit, go Imperial indeed, and then go for his own trap.
Two traps down.
Nice. Nice. He lost one conch, but one conch for a trap. Take that trade any day.
Now plug in the gap again.
I think it would be a good idea for Jolatis to just pinch off like about 6 of the conchs and just have them go for a raid and harass Antocalyptica in his base.
Jolatis also bring an outpost against his wood line to guard against any cutting.
Smart. I think that's something we've seen consistently from Jolatis, his use of outposts in order to maintain vision of the map. Very good tactic.
But it looks like he's got nothing to worry about from that side.
That is indeed not the plan.
Antocalyptica got Bracer, and the castle can now take on even more buildings.
A stable is building in the bottom corner. So it might be... Oh, but also a wall from Antocalyptica, stone wall.
It's very late, but that's a good decision just to close off any raiding potential.
Also a smart move from Jolatis to put his MTC in the bottom corner there. Just in case.
That is indeed a good decision. And he's going light cav and hussar again. Conscription coming in, chain barding armor. Second castle.
I actually don't really know what conscription does.
Makes every military building except the siege workshop work 30 or 50% faster.
Oh, okay.
Your favorite civilization gets it for free.
And what's my favorite civilization?
The Vietnamese?
Oh,
No?
I don't really have a favorite civilization, but I played them quite a while, yes.
Here comes Jolatis' trap.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, trap, 3 mangonels, hussar, and conchs.
That's some
difficult
awful
to count.
pathing.
And the counter is skirmishers, elite skirms.
Yeah, he's already shown Jolatis that he has them, so they won't be a surprise.
Castle under attack, but 2 tribs are deploying.
Mm-hmm. Late barding now in. And we see a couple of barracks being built on the northern side of the map. And pikemen being researched. So Antocalyptica heavily going into the pike and skirm defense. Which is a really good counter.
Trash defense is always nice.
Yep. Ooh. But I think that might be the end of the traps here.
The Stars making short work of the skirmishers.
Indeed.
The Kong's protecting the trip and the castle is down.
Indeed. And the Kongs are actually quite good in dealing with the helps. So if he displays some of that micro we've come to expect from Jolatis, this might actually be not that strong defense for Antocalyptica.
This can quickly snowball in one direction, I think. Because I don't know how much defense or defensive buildings does Antocalyptica have.
I mean, he is frantically building with like 4 villagers a castle, but if Jolatis just goes forward with his Kongs, he finds them and that doesn't go up. Also, you just go around. Like, that defends nothing.
But I do like his line of barracks at the side, because there's not too much focus there.
And it's just outside of his vision indeed. That's funny. Oh, have a look at the bottom. Jolatis has a stone wall, but he also has a couple of petards ready to go.
So he wants to go through the other wall.
Yep.
The surprise sneak attack.
I like it. I like it a lot.
Well, he doesn't know that Anton's stone wall is there. So probably just wants to go through the palisades.
Indeed, but I
And
think
Jolatis
even
has
with 3...
spotted the barracks at the north and the pikemen.
Indeed. But yeah, if you micro these Kongs a little bit, then it helps. That Antocalyptica has are actually not that big of a deal. And we are having a little bit of a pun off in the chat. I like it. It's nice to see that. Of the 2 I see here, none of them. But it's nice to see that Knight of St. John has learned a bit.
And at the bottom it looks like the Petard plus Light Calf push is about to happen.
Indeed. Let's keep an eye on the top in the meantime. The little forward is going to quickly disappear. Oh, and Antocalyptica researching fortified wall. That might throw
the push off.
Well,
depends on how quickly the petards are gonna go through.
If he's gonna push within the next 20 seconds, I think 3 petards are enough to go through a stone wall.
Yeah, even
Yeah.
one left.
Oh, and fortified wall is in.
Ouch. That is painful.
Now
And
he has
now,
one petard for the palisades.
yeah. And now Cavalier coming in, so he's going to switch to Knights. Also, he's got 64 Hussars at the moment. I think he learned from Hera.
Hussars taking the villagers of gold, going through the gates. Antocalyptica has no military at home.
Oh,
This will be fun.
He's also
villager
losing the
complete
fight in the
demolished
north.
before the hussars come through. I think the villager will succeed.
Elite Kong coming in as well. Might as well you have 18 of the Kongs. So guys, if you had to take one of these guys' spot, which one would you want to have?
Well, Jolatis has defended, has shown that you can defend against the castle drop, but now, well, this raid is, yeah, I think we have a winner, guys.
GG, well played. Jolatis takes it home. All the way into game 7.
Yes,
Oof.
indeed.
That was, well, wow, that was an exciting game. Also, Jonasti, I have some very sad news. Khmer no
Yes.
longer has 100% win rate.
Yes. This is a dark day for the Khmer.
Dark day for the Khmer indeed.
But what a game.
Yes,
What a
indeed.
game. What a
Very
game.
spectacular. I'm wondering if
Well played to
Frobenius...
both players, indeed, indeed. Oof. I'm going to have a quick chat. I'm going to ask Joachim Jolatis if he's able to join us for a winner's interview. No, nobody expects the Spanish Conquisition. Wow. Yeah, this was a very exciting game. All 7 games actually were very exciting.
I don't think there was any boring matchup in the whole tournament.
You have a point there as well. Winning on the break point, indeed, Sunesi, indeed. And that's how you want to see finals go. It's exciting to see a complete sweep, but it's also very exciting to see a highly contested game every single time. This was very fun to watch.
Oh,
Oof.
and I also noticed that I said I wonder if Frobenius will keep his 100% track record in guessing correct, and he did. He guessed the whole tournament the correct winner.
Well, then we probably know who is going to be. Well, we still need to await the final number crunching and decision by the betting master, but then most likely Frobenius will be the winner of the Speculaaskoeken.
That might very well be. So we're waiting for the players, or we're only waiting for the winner?
We are waiting for the winner. It's going to be a winner's interview, but he is still chatting a bit, I think, with Antocalyptica.
Yeah, well, they can both come chat here. I'll kick myself out of the channel. I mean,
we can have both of them in here. That is also an option. I will invite Antocalyptica as well.
Hi.
Hey.
Hello. Congratulations.
Thanks. It was a stressful series.
I stressful for everybody, I think. It's highly contested games.
Yes, yes.
And we all are also joined. I don't know why people keep not understanding what I mean when I say they are the superior civilization.
It was a good game. The cheapest one.
So, Jolatis, how does it feel being the very first winner of the Fristi Roggan Cup?
Yes, it's awesome. Not having to practice with AIs and stuff. So I'm very happy to have won this one.
So yeah, like professionals would have like prepared any questions, but as we all know, I am very much not a professional.
Oh, you
Um,
don't can't say that.
What the
so
fuck?
yeah, hmm?
What the fuck?
Yes, I know, such a bad prep. But that is why I'm relying on my two co-hosts to also ask some interesting questions. But yeah, oh, I thought of a
And
question.
first question is, what will you do with the liter Fristi?
Yes,
He can choose.
I mean, yeah,
Yes.
I
you
can
could
choose.
also go for the martini, but let's be
Yeah.
honest. What are you gonna do with the Fristi?
Yes. What does most people do with Fristi? I don't know. I'm not gonna bathe in it, so that's.
I mean, not really adventurous, but okay then.
But you could
Party.
you could throw a party to share the Fristi. You can
Yeah,
just keep it for yourself.
yeah. Maybe I will throw a party. I'm not sure. Uh, we live in a COVID situation, so I don't think that's the best idea right now.
And Fristi or Fristi on the rocks?
That's a hard question. Depends on the day.
Ah, all right.
Uh, Also, from personal experience, don't ad fundum more than one glass of Fristi.
I don't.
Also,
I don't
tip
think you can do that once you're like over 12 in age.
I mean, you can. It's a really bad idea.
other terrible idea, don't make pancakes with them.
Oh,
Yes, that is also not a good option.
yeah, that's not something I didn't think about.
But
We did,
I
and we
actually
tested it
have.
for you.
Sorry?
We
Don't do
did.
it.
We
All
did
right.
indeed test it. It's a bad plan. But I actually have like a legitimate question about the game.
All right.
How long did it take you to realize in the Yucatan game that you needed an archery range for thumb ring?
Yes, I just completely forgot about that. Uh, Normally I like, yeah, I don't forget about it, but this game I was pushing back and I was like, oh, I need the thumb ring. I didn't have it. So I think I did have, yeah, thumb ring and part the tactics, the only things I didn't have for my Mango die, but for the rest I
Indeed.
think it was fully upgraded.
Indeed. You had even had completely gone all the way to chemistry
Yes.
and still no thumb ring. It
Yeah, but in a boom game like that, you don't open archers, so you don't have the archery range, so you kind of forget about it
true.
when there's a castle on your doorstep and your monk tries to hook the castle instead of
Hmm.
returning the relic like he was told to,
Hmm.
stuff like that. So
Indeed. Oh, that's actually a good question from chat. Biochemica asks, how did you guys prepare throughout the tournament, knowing you would probably end up playing each other? Did it affect your other games?
um, for me, I think it did because I didn't want to show too much, uh, like my favorite Civ was like Lithuanians ranks. Um, so I didn't pick them in the first time. I also wanted to keep Aztecs for the last map with on Sokotra, but that didn't work out great. after all, but yeah, it was kind of hard because I really didn't have like anyone. I played a few games with PvP Panda like a month ago, and with Rob I played like 2 games. For the rest, it
Mhm.
was like AI and just play ladder and yeah, focus on the mechanics. So
And you, Antocalyptica?
Well, I didn't. Well, I didn't really hide a strategy. I think in the previous games because, well, honestly, I didn't really. I underestimated Mats a bit, Frobenius a bit in the last game, so I didn't really worry that much. And preparation, I did spectate quite a few games of Jolatis, just like to see his style, but in the end, I think it only influenced my map ban and maybe some Civ bans, but I
Mm-hmm.
think practicing, I was probably a bit more practiced on the unusual maps, and I think, yeah, the last 2 games I felt beforehand would be really hard because the end game managing army Jolatis is quite a few streets ahead still.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What did you think about the draft, Anto?
The Civ draft,
Yes.
I quite like mine more than yours, but I think the only Civs that I would have liked to have were Lithuanians and Mongols.
Yeah.
I think.
I actually had like all the civs I wanted except for Mayans. I Mayans was the only one I also wanted, but for the rest I was pretty happy because Persians you get like the huge start on the pilgrims, and the Aztecs you have like the free loom, Tartars, or yeah, you have to play Tartars on aftermath because I have a reputation to behold.
Yeah,
And
I mean, and you kept it. You
yes, I
kept the
did.
100% win rate of the TARS on
That was
Aftermath.
I was actually when you said yeah feudal age max I was actually waiting for considering Berbers, but I was
Mm-hmm.
like no I have to pick Tartars because yeah it's they're both like castle age slips, but Tartars least you have like the sheep and the hill bonus. So
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Yeah.
I think that was, well, for me, one of the most important games,
yes,
the human stutters, because I think, well, I knew it would still be hard to get something, but I knew also it would be a big advantage, well, to have humans on a max feudal. And I think, yeah, just losing the archers at the front, I think, rather than, well, just having, well, being a step behind all that game, I think if I look back at the game, well, I needed one. Of the 4 games that I lost, I needed one win. I think that should have been the one.
yeah, I think
The
I was
others, they were.
after that game I kind of felt confident because that was like the weird thing that was gonna happen. I'm really sad that I lost pilgrims by getting hunted by wolves. Uh,
Yes.
that was kind of painful. And I think Hideout I had a plan. Yucatan I had a plan. Yeah, Socotra I also had a plan, but my archers didn't wanted the knights to go in and try to
Mm-hmm.
yeah I wanted to do wall up, but yeah that didn't happen. That
Yeah.
was painful.
Uh, Another question: were there any civs or rules or map picks that completely blocked your strat that you wanted to go for, or that just worked extra in your favor?
On what map did you?
And any of them?
Mm, I didn't think it like that. I was looking at the maps and I was like, yeah, how do I want to approach this? I was thinking more, preparing more in that sense.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, well, usually I like right Arabia. I'm more like I play both archers or scouts or knights, so I don't have a preference on that part. I had to learn how to play on water and how to do like fast castles like competitively is that's like things I had to learn, but the other for the rest, no.
I
Yeah,
think in general, our map picks and Civ drafts were quite separate. Well, all the Civs we preferred weren't preferred by the other
Yeah.
party most of the time, so there weren't strategies prevented, I think. Obviously, if Water Nomad hadn't been banned, I would have picked Malay as one of my first picks, I think. But otherwise,
Yeah, I would have picked Japanese in that case, or Berbers, because Berbers with faster demo ships, yeah, it's a festival of light, but not in the good way for the opponents.
I have a question. For Northern Isles, Jolatis, you went with Vikings.
Yes.
Did you feel the loss of being able to produce fire ships, especially against the Byzantine fire ships?
I expected Byzantines when he saw, but I don't think the fire ships were like a huge problem for me. The huge problem was that I didn't get the transport ship at the start. So I had to be scared for yeah, landings, and I overcommitted on the defense on that part, while he could boom on water, get back the advantage on water. So that was a painful loss, to be honest, because for me that was the most important map, the first one.
yeah, I think it was the time. Well, when I won that, I was thinking, maybe I can win this, because beforehand I didn't have. I think I said once to Alcaron beforehand that I wasn't planning on banning Italians because I didn't feel that confident in any way in any case about the first game. So better ban a Civ for a map that I think better about. But then I saw his Civ draft, and I also said to him beforehand that banning Italians, I was thinking maybe he'll play Vikings, and he did. So I did sort of like the Viking. Also was planning on Saracens, but because I sort of thought Vikings, I switched to Byzantines. But it's always a bit. There's too much to do on that map, I think, and it's.
Yeah,
I think well, I built my forward bases, but mostly because he saw them immediately. I never committed to it, and I think in the end, when you reach Imperial, it's just water control.
yeah,
But
that's
before there's some distractions and stuff you can do just to irritate and that worked well for me this time.
yeah.
Yeah,
Fortunately.
I mean,
That was
we all
the best
followed
thing.
the tragic tale of the one mangonel in your siege workshop that was there the entire game and then got ejected and killed by like a single two-handed swordsman.
I didn't
Yeah.
that. Yeah, the fast end was really brutal because yeah,
And it's just so cheap. It's
yeah,
660 foot, I think. So yeah, I also I bought the fast in there, and I also I was thinking fast fire ships. Unless you have bracer and fully upgraded, they don't die
yeah.
easily
Bracer,
enough.
I forgot Bracer for too long. I was thinking, why didn't I trade better versus the fire ships? But yeah, not having Bracer is really painful.
Biochemica asks, for the next cup we need a highlight reel for during the interview. If you are willing to play production for this and do that, fine. And Night of St. John says, can we all not agree on not having a water map as a first map again? I think that's a spelling mistake. I think he meant to ask, can we all agree on having a water map as the first map again? Yes.
Can we
I'm
all
glad you
agree
asked.
on not having captured the rally again? That's
Well, not as a mode in any case. I
yeah.
think
Maybe
a lot is.
if you do it, you have to do it like on a map. So because now it's like, oh
Yeah.
yeah, capture the relic. Okay, what's he gonna do? You can't prepare it at all. It's really annoying.
Yeah, I agree. It's I mean I'm happy we had the rule because it allowed for some shenanigans, but
Yeah,
I can see how it's also somewhat frustrating
But
for
I
the
think
player playing against it.
because
yeah,
in this tournament I was feeling a bit that the regicide and random map actually they were different just because of the starting resources, but actually the king really doesn't play a role in regicide. I feel
The way
I
it's been
think
played, no.
I think it's hard. You're already winning if you can like attack the tower and the time center to kill the king, I think.
Yeah,
But
it's once you're like in the base, maybe you can have like some kind of base trade scenario when you're losing and go all out with like siege or something. But
Mm-hmm.
I think at that point, like once you have the map control on those maps, it's kind of over. I had to.
Indeed.
I did inject the king on Yucatan because I also lost the game against AI when I just rallied it in to the front line. So I was like, not again.
Yes, we saw your king taking a nice beach holiday at the pond there. But yeah, I think the plan is to replace it with a different type of map rather
I
than
think
regicide.
I think there's options for like capture the relic, but on a capture the relic map
Yeah,
specifically for the, and then maybe some of the other. I think capture the wonder. There's just special, but like one, like you have
Mm-hmm,
three
mm-hmm.
maps with one special thing like that. But have those special things on a map that it's meant for them. I think.
yeah.
Yeah,
And
agreed.
maybe like one map when you actually have a scout and 3 villagers and go. There's no map like that on RM except for hideout, but yeah, hideout it's like yeah, you have a base, so
Yes, where you can do
Yeah.
some very successful deer luring. Huh,
yeah, I
Jolatis?
was so malding because had a build prepared for a fast castle, but I need deer, so I was like, oh god.
So, Antocalyptica, just so that you're up to date, I think he spent
Yeah,
half of his Dark Age trying to push a deer in, and it just didn't want to enter the gate.
yeah. I
We
had one.
actually talked about deer luring, but I just said I didn't bother. I was like, they were just next to my gate, and I was thinking, yeah, I can delete like the gate and rebuild later, but I'm just not gonna bother.
Yeah. But yeah, that threw me off a little bit, so yeah.
I can
Yeah,
imagine that it does. But yeah, uh,
but I do think like the regicide, the different resources that did give like the option to have certain preparation, or well, maybe not on the Yucatan, like on the
mhm.
Socotra, maybe just like
Yeah.
a random map that one has to well, one time you start with high, moderate, but the amount of resources you start with are quite important for like finding strategies as well, I think.
Indeed, because you can't like I was thinking about Mayans, but that's just really bad because you're housed and you can't afford loom. Same with like gods. So I thought yeah, you can have like free loom, but you need the gold, the instant loom, but you need the gold, and usually yeah, so you don't have an advantage. Same with yeah Lithuanians, you have like the better food, but yeah, the fact that you don't have gold that hurts a lot,
Mhm, mhm.
and the Chinese is just broken.
Yeah. I think this was
That is the
actually
snipe.
the day after the rules were announced. I think we discovered like the Chinese and was like, do we have to ask whether to ban this entirely or not?
And you tried, and I said, no.
No, I said it to you. I wanted to. I think Alcron was adamant not to do it because it was an advantage.
I
Yeah, but
mean, the whole point
loopholes
of
are
the
there to be found and to be exploited. I mean, they do it in every sport, so why not here?
Yeah, but there are like small advantages, and there's like things if you don't well, if you're sort of equal level, it's a guaranteed win. However, more or less a guaranteed win. I mean, depends obviously on what you play, but
Mhm.
if you take it into account, it's just well.
Yeah, to be honest, the stuff like Chinese being broken, I didn't care for it that much. It was like, yeah, that makes it interesting. But yeah, the capture the relic, it just completely annihilates your plans.
Yeah, yeah.
Because
Uh,
my worst game, you can check it if you see the vaults and just look at what I'm doing is uh me versus Elcron on the capture the relic map. I had no idea. I had like maybe 3 minutes idle time before the game was over. It's yeah. I had no idea what to do.
Yeah, indeed. It's well, I'm like I said, I'm happy that we had the rule that it led to players coming up with some strategies like using Khmer. But yeah, I agree that for the next, we need to either remove it or, like you said, incorporate it into specific maps.
I
Yeah.
think the biggest question for the next tournament will be whether how to work out a handicap system that is fair to all. I think
That
that
is
is the hardest
that is
challenge.
indeed
Make
difficult.
it so that you can sort of don't know beforehand who wins, but that afterwards you can't just say that yeah okay, but it was completely impossible because we put Sven at 200 again and
Speaking of matchups, Sunesi was also asking, did you have any players that you didn't play against that you would have liked to have played against?
Mm, I would
in the
have liked.
easiest game.
I would have liked to play against like Roba and Pew Pew Panda because those were the guys I knew. So
Hmm.
that could have been fun. But I think I had like, except for Mats, I think I played versus like all the players like around our level. So I'm pretty okay.
I think the easiest player I missed out on playing was Knight of St. John. Would have been a real walk in the park, but for the other part, I think sort of played. I think I was sort of lucky with the draw because even though Jolatis was favorite before the tournament, I still had like the better rating when the bracket was made. So I sort of missed out on both Jolatis and Knight of St. John until the final.
Hmm.
But yeah.
That is the way of the bracket.
Also, I didn't play Alcrona now and Knight of St. John, but those were the two I played with, well, to train, well, mostly before their games and a few 2 weeks ago. So I
Hmm.
think, yeah, I did sort of play everyone as well, apart from then Panda and Robin as well. But I did like it at the first games, like Frobenius versus Roba and Panda versus Knight of St. John. There were some players who didn't, know each other beforehand, because then you, as a watcher, it's more interesting because you don't really know
Yeah,
what's going
If
to
you're
happen.
not familiar with each other's playstyle, does indeed lead to more interesting evolutions
indeed.
of the game.
I think we did wrap this up quite nicely, timing-wise, for having played 7 games.
Yeah, the stream has been going on for 4.5 hours, so for a best of 7, that's not too bad. Including like a couple of breaks in between the games. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Just a lot of toilet breaks.
Hmm?
A lot of toilet breaks. Drinking after the game, I need
Yep.
to go to the toilet and then drinking again.
Yep. We assumed that was part of the preparation. You lost on schedule. Knight of St. John throwing down the trash talk. But yeah. I'd like to thank everybody who joined in and made this tournament so fun for everybody.
When do we
Can,
pick the best matchup? I think it's not, well, I think there's a clear favorite, but there are some things to wrap up. I think, no?
there
Do you
are
know,
still
Kuba?
some things to wrap up, yes. I will send around a poll and then we can all have a nice. Well, we can all have our own idea and then we will see if everybody agrees or not.
Thank you. Sorry for interrupting, and thank you for organizing everything like this.
No problem, no problem. But yeah,
Technically, as well as co-organize it, but I don't know how much Tim has actually done.
he helped me come up with the rules, so he did enough.
Have you watched Formula One, Tim, or did you watch the games?
Say what?
Did you watch the Formula One race, or did you watch
I,
our
I
cast?
I watched the Formula One games, but I was back. I missed 2.5 games, I think. No, wait. Let me check. I missed. So I saw Northern Isles.
Yeah.
half. Then I missed
You missed Aftermath.
Aftermath. I
You also
missed
missed Pilgrims.
Pilgrims, and I also missed another one. The
Marketplace.
Yes, Marketplace. I
Yes,
also
because you joined back again for the most important game.
Socotra.
Yeah, with Teutons.
Yeah, so I missed 3. 3.5. So I still
Thanks
worked
for
hard.
organizing things.
Okay, well, this was a very nice first edition of the Fristi Roggan Cup. Like I started saying, I'd like to thank every player for joining in and working around everybody's schedule and making sure that we're all entertained with these combination of recorded game casting and live casting.
Well,
Next tournament, Teutons only. I mean, there is the idea of mirror of maps with just mirror civs. Teuton Arena, that seems like an obvious choice to me, but you know, we can force that to be the first map as well. I don't know. I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
Teuton Arena capture the relic. Let's go.
I love it. Love it. Will I participate next edition?
Good question of Knight of St. John.
Will I
good.
participate? I might.
Yes.
I might.
of course you
Yes.
will.
I think that's the most important thing for next tournament.
I think you have to, and when you do, you have to cast your own games. It's like
Oh God, no.
All the mistakes come back again.
Oh God, no. That sounds horrible. No, for that I will make sure that other people are casting it,
yeah,
and I will just mute myself or something.
I totally get it.
Like I don't want to comment on my own games. They're horrible. But yeah,
Who knows? Who knows?
but yeah, this edition was difficult because quite soon after that I had to travel for like a month, and then things were busy as well. So it was yeah, not really working out timing wise. But yes, next tournament, I think I have to participate.
Yes.
Nice.
But okay, I think this is a good place to wrap it up.
So you will leave us with the famous last words.
Bye. I don't know. What do you want me to say?
Teutons are great.
Teutons are great.
Bring back again.
You heard it from the winner of Fristi Cup. Teutons are amazing. Thanks everybody for watching as well. And
Bye-bye.
see you next edition. Bye.